Double plus fine business.
Well, that's good to hear, Clark. I'm glad that things are going well over there. Hey, I took your advice and built an L network tuner. I whipped something up today and put it between the output of this vector signal generator and the input of that solid state POS. And I got some pretty decent results. I got it rocking and rolling on 40 meters, man, and it would never ever do squat on 40 meters before, but still haven't been able to improve the 80 meter match that well. I mean, it got better, but it's still not like a lot of gain there.
What? You may just be fighting low output.
What?
From low output, have these moments been embarrassing when you just aren't able to reach that level of power? Well, check in with the W2BTK multi-match system. He's got the way to make you your output.
Well, the output of the signal generator is like, very, it's plus 16 dBm. It just is.
What?
I think that transformer on the input of the amplifier is a little out of whack. I'm afraid to mess with it, though. I'm still waiting for the attenuator to come. I'm still waiting for my cheesy little interstage amplifier. I think after playing with those and this little L tuner I built today, I might be able to make something happen. Wow, look at that ripple. I got ripple, man.
That's one of Fred Sanford's favorite drinks.
Whatever happened to Ripple and Thunderbird?
That's like an old fashioned. What happened to that?
Yeah.
Now it's on a White Claw.
I never had one of those damn White Claws. Probably never will.
Yeah, because it's a millennial girly drink.
It's stupid.
Right. A White Claw would be like back in the day ordering a white wine spritzer. See that? Both of them have got the word white in it. So right now you know it means bad. See, I'm as woke as it gets.
What?
I hear a millennial wannabe on frequency.
What?
Kevin, are you putting up with this?
I'm trying to tolerate it. I was going to ask a question of you, Clark. The question being, have you ever had a Orban 9200 that after a power failure, it comes back, but also puts out as white noise? And the reason I ask that is that happened several times at a station down in Pennsylvania I used to take care of, where they had power failures quite often. Like usually once a week the power would end up going out for just 5 or 10 minutes. And occasionally the thing would come back and just put this white noise out on the air. And in its particular case, all you had to do was drive out to the transmitter site, which for them was really easy. It was a mile up the road from the studio. Unplug the Optimod, count to 10, plug it back in, and you were usually good to go. But I was wondering if you ever had that problem go on, if it was something that was inherent to the 9200 or just maybe that particular unit at that particular station with that particular power feed.
That's interesting because we had 9200s at the 2 AMs that I shepherded over for many years, and I don't remember any problem like this. On the other hand, I don't remember there being an issue with them with power outages. We didn't really have power outages all the time, so this is something which I was never really that accustomed to. But the two 9200s that we had seemed to work fairly well, and I can't believe, because Orban being Orban, that they would release a product that would have a vulnerability where if the power, like if you unplug it and then plug it right back in again a second later, it would completely screw up the processor. So I'm pretty convinced that there's something wrong. But the white noise sounds like it's related to this, where if it loses power and then it regains power, it doesn't fully come up. Like, for example, on this 9200 that's here now. By the way, the 9200 was replaced with a CRL System 4. So I've gone back to the 80s. Screw the new digital stuff. And by the way, the CRL always comes up. What happens is if you were to unplug it and plug it in right away, you'd get like maybe the AGC and the input bar graphs would light up, and then that's it, and the multiband would not. I know for Bill and Bear this is real, and everyone else is fun listening, but I'm trying to help Kevin out here. Clues. And then if you leave it unplugged for longer, let's say 30 seconds, and then you plug it in, now you get the input in the AGC, and the multiband bar graphs would start indicating. But you still didn't get the plus and minus graph, the output bar graphs working. You'd have to leave it unplugged for, a good couple of minutes, and then plug it back in again, and then all the way across the display it would work, and then it would actually pass audio. So I have an email into support@orban.com to try to find out what the hell is going on with this processor, because I am quite tired of going into the radio station to, deal with off-air emergencies because of the processor. WTF for that? N1BCG.
Yep, I agree on that. And I have some CRL processing as well that I use at the shop. Some of it's here at home, and the stuff I had was the FM stereo stuff, but I also was able to acquire the AM peak limiter. So we have, the first two pieces, the SPP 800, which is the stereo kind of AGC unit, and then the 4-band limiter, which I don't remember off the top of my head what that was for FM. And then I've got one of the outputs, taken off of that to feed the AM peak limiter. And Jamie always calls it, when we're burning in the transmitter, giving it the Kevin treatment, but it really wasn't me, I'm using here at home right now, this is a Orban 9200 that you're listening to, and the Johnson Viking we've got at the shop, I had purchased a Omnia 3. That's an Omnia 3 that's on that over at the shop. So I collect audio processing. I've got quite a bit of it around, but you're absolutely correct. Sometimes it's best to not have a computer that's programmed to be an audio processor. And yep, I'm sure we're probably boring everybody else. I don't know who's up next. Is it Bear's turn? WB2 GCR. This is K2 XAM in the group.
What? Oh, there was a very... Yeah, I got nothing to add to this. I don't know.
Well, the 2CR, you're thinking of the SEP, Spectral Energy Processor, the 4-bander. Yeah, you might have either the SCP 400s, which are the ones which have got the peak envelope, or is it PP, something like that, or dynamic peak processor. Anyway, or the newer, or the stereo version, which is the left and right combined. I think that's an SCP 800. and that's got the multiband versus wideband switch on it. So I'm not sure which one you've got. That's part of the system 4L. And but I've got, because it's an AM station, I just have an APP400 audio preparation processor, the SEP400, and then that goes to actually a stereo AM limiter, and I forget the model number of that. It was when the station here in town went AM stereo, and they ended up buying the System 4L, but it was the AM version, and so we're using the AM stereo peak limiter, but I'm using the mono output, which is a 1/4-inch tip ring sleeve output on it, and that whole system's working pretty well. The only thing which was a problem with all that CRL stuff, and the reason why that was not used through today, apparently some Mylar condensers went into hard short mode, and I learned that with the peak processor, because it's like, wow, how come they're not using this? And I brought it home and I plugged it in, and the output was all like that. It's like, what the hell? And then the fuse blew. Holy crap. So I didn't replace the fuse right away. I started measuring the resistance of the plus 15 and the minus 15 rails. And the minus 15 rail was 0 ohms. Hey, what's up with that? So yeah, a couple of Mylar condensers got blown out of it. And guess what? Now everything's working triple plus fine business. That's all it takes. And 1 BCG.
Yep, so the unit I have here, I just looked because I've got a bunch of these CRL systems here, again, mostly for FM, is the SEP 800 and the SPP 800 for the AGC unit. So, I mean, to use them on AM, all I do is take the left and right inputs and sum them on the first unit, and then on the SEP 800, just grab one channel off of it and use that to feed the mono peak limiter, and that seems to work pretty well and provides some fairly good dense audio and stuff like that. So that works. Yep, it sure does.
And now for a discussion that the general ham radio community will appreciate. Hey, everybody's 5'9". Oh my God, and it's the radio station calling. Do you think the CRL just crapped out? I'll be right back.
Gosh, I sure hope not. It's Friday night and there's no time for any emergency calls.
Wait, what happened? I fell asleep.
What?
Not really time to be awake now anyway.
Well,
W2BTK.
it was one of those real scintillating, snappy repartees back and forth on the subtleties of the ore band. Is it an ore band? I don't know. Oh, man. That got me excited. Well, anyway, so what about them Yankees?
They won, didn't they?
Yeah, there was some controversy or something. I don't know. Yeah, I guess they won. I don't know. You just say, what about them Yankees? It's like a general purpose thing.
Like general purpose?
Yeah, and Colonel and major ridiculous. Well, I tell you. Well, I tell you.
You hear that song? Tell me something good. KC2 CWM listening.
KC2CWM listening. Okay.
And keep in mind, I just turned it on, so I don't know. Clark I heard the phone call. I said, Clark may have to go to work or something. Imagine that. Man, I tell you. Well, my work day is done. Finished for today. And maybe for the weekend, too, so... Happy day Friday evening to all.
Yes.
That is Bear, and then I think I heard Billy. And that's it. Clark, Billy, and Bear, and I don't know. That's it. That's all I heard. Turn it on.
Kevin.
The weakest station in the nation.
Kevin.
Money, and no one ever got except my boss. He's been treating me good. He pays me every week. Sometimes extra. Imagine that.
Kevin is on here as well.
Oh, okay. Kevin, hi.
Sorry, I'm just responding to text messages, so I'm trying to multitask. I'm doing three things at once, sort of listening here, watching match game, and now responding to text messages and stuff. So, being that I have like this severe attention deficit disorder, sometimes it's hard to do more than half a thing at a time.
Who's the host of Match Game?
Gene Rayburn.
And myself, because I wouldn't even been able to describe it. And you did very well.
No, Kevin. Who's the host of Match Game?
The host of Match Game way back in the 70s that I'm watching is Gene Rayburn.
Yeah, I think I'm watching the same thing. That little skinny chick just came on.
Whatever I'm watching is on the Buzzer channel. I have the Dish Network here, and it's not raining right now, so I can actually watch TV.
No, I'm saying that there's a blonde girl and a very skinny, long-haired brunette.
Right now they're in a commercial, so I'll have to see if that is the case.
Yeah, this is important. It's very, very, very important. So, let's see if we can, figure this out.
Okay.
Okay, do you have to go to work or no?
Now, the Red Sox baseball feed sounds like ass. And I don't know how to fix that because it's coming off the same, more boring information. It's coming off the same receiver as everything else that the radio station runs throughout the day. And so, hey, if everything else sounds fine and Red Sox sound like ass, and there goes my phone again. I'll be back. And on BCG.
Better call the Red Sox. Hello? Red Sox?
Oh, no, it'd be better. Like, oh, okay, we figured it out. It's all good now.
Yep. It's all good. All good. Well, I sure got a Lackawanna running here today.
A lot of that going around.
Hey, Kevin, you see that blonde guy in the upper left? Whatever happened to him?
And it was on CPO Sharky. I don't know. I've wondered what has happened to a lot of the various stars. In fact, when a year ago when they started running all of these, I kept going on Google and doing a search to find out, whatever happened to them. And a lot of the people that were on some of these TV shows ended up, dying at very early ages and stuff like that. And it's like, whoa. There's this Saturday night they run reruns of the Match Game Hollywood Squares Hour, which I think might have only been out for a year or two in around 1983. And there was this guy that does all of these impersonations. I think his name was Fred, but I don't remember the last name. That died at age like 48 or some sort of thing. But the guy was just he was funny, like I think it was Rich Little was the other guy that could do all the impersonations and stuff. But this guy Fred, it's like whatever happened to him? Why isn't he still around? He's pretty funny, and it's like he's not around because he passed away. You wonder about half of these people, But amazingly enough, Betty White, who's on quite often, is still alive, as far as I know, and I think Fanny Flagg is too. They're just 8 million years old at this point.
Oh, Betty White's almost 100 years old. Unbelievable. Well, there you go. That was thrilling.
We're awaiting more entertainment. Somebody do something entertaining while I'm sitting here texting and watching Match Game.
All right, very good. Everything is hunky-dory. Is that even an expression anymore? Yes, sir. Everything is hunky-dory with the local radio station. Thank goodness.
I remember radio from
Now I regret doing that.
Washington.
You guys are doing great.
And I'm sure all your newest Twitch people think this is fantastic, having a bunch of over-the-hill bastards entertaining them. Aren't they supposed to be getting ready now? It's only, 6:45? I guess they're not ready to go out to the bars yet. Oh, wait, they can't. No wonder they're settling for this kind of entertainment.
Well, just to put it in perspective, I had X number of viewers. I've been on for 23 minutes now. I had X number of viewers, and almost half of them have left.
See that? Instant arbitron. We suck.
Find the door, but I can't find the door, so I can't leave, which makes it very difficult because I'm kind of stumbling around here in the dark inside this radio.
Kevin, you're kind of with it. How do we get the ratings back up? How do we increase CUME and TSL?
I don't know. Good evening.
Writer.
Not like that. Let me go get on frequency.
I've got to get the filaments to go a lot brighter so we can see what we're doing in here.
It's so quiet out here.
Hey, Perry, tell your dad that his gift is now running the local radio station.
No.
Pretty much.
Oh, cool. I'm glad it was put to good use.
Yeah, because the Optimod crapped the bed.
So all the CRL gear he gave you?
All of it.
All of it.
Anyway, for those of you who care, which is a fairly narrow market, yeah, the problem was the wrong satellite receiver was being put on the air. So now that they've got the right satellite receiver and the right channel, everybody here 15 miles northeast of New York City gets to listen to, ironically, Red Sox baseball. Go Red Sox! Right, Yankees fans?
I love them.
Who's the flagship of the Red Sox at this point? Back when I lived in Maine, which was now back in the 80s, WPLM was the flagship, and then I knew it went to WRKO. But I'm kind of curious as to who is the flagship station at this point of the Red Sox?
For whatever reason, EEI comes to mind, but I'm not sure that that's correct.
And then I'm wondering if I can find a web SDR that will have a reasonably good enough signal to actually listen to a Red Sox game. Of course, there's probably something around in Connecticut. Does PIC still carry the Red Sox? We used to be able to get them over here at night anyway.
Well, considering this is for the local radio station, WGCH.com, that's Whiskey Golf Charlie Hotel.com. And if my engineering prowess is worth a salt on a margarita glass, you should be hearing those Red Sox game fine business.
Oh, well, I'll do that then. That'll be easier than listening to a web SDR, and it'll in almost hi-fi 7.5 kilohertz audio, and that'll be worth it. I thought that much of the streaming was not allowed for many of the sporting events. Did they kind of relax the rules on that, or is it just that almost nobody really cares and just does whatever they want at this point?
I shaded on box B.
I thought it was amazing back when streaming first happened, and I talked to many of the stations that I was doing contract engineering for into streaming, but then, when programs like Rush Limbaugh came on, they couldn't stream it, and just all these different various programs, various sporting events came on, they couldn't stream it, and so everybody wanted this little toggle switch stuck underneath the console to shut the stream off, whenever they felt like it, or more accurately, to turn the stream on for the, few programs that they could, like maybe the live local morning show, or if they were doing a local high school football game or something like that. But anything that was nationally syndicated back, in the early 2000s was not allowed to stream for whatever reason, which I thought was really ridiculous. But, to me, if you're going to stream, it should be the same exact program content, not, some make-believe commercial shoved in or public service announcement and so forth. And I've heard stations that do that, too, where, if you listen on a good old AM radio and are listening to the stream at the same time, they'll have put in some, public service announcement rather than just running the local car dealer commercial or something. And I don't know if I've understood that completely either. But some of these things are, above my pay grade anyway.
Well, back in the late 90s when I was getting into streaming audio, my current company in its infancy, I decided I was going to carry the CBS FM Radio Greats Reunion Weekend out of New York City, where they had CBS FM was the oldies station, and they had all these, disc jockeys from the great oldies years come on and do air shifts all weekend long. And I thought, wow, this is great. Let's broadcast that on the internet. Well, I got an earful from their law firm, and the person who was reaching out first was their program director, and he gave me the business, and he goes, who gave you permission to do this? And basically, it's one of those, wow, I am so screwed, and that's all there is to it. But at the end, he's on the phone, and he was explaining how much trouble I was going to get into, like, multi-million-dollar lawsuit with the talent unions and this and that, and how talent fees are based on markets that these guys are heard in. He said, you picked the wrong weekend to do this, because you've got every radio great from New York City radio on the air all weekend long, and they're all being paid based on their union rate for serving one market, and you're putting them on and being heard all over the world. You would actually personally be responsible for paying them for every single radio market on the planet. At this point, I just want to die. And then he said the magical term, so are you like some big godless corporation trying to profit off of this by running ads and monetizing the CBS reunion, Radio Greats reunion weekend? Or are you just some radio fan that thought it would be cool to share this? And it was the same answer I gave a couple of minutes ago. I said, it is clearly B. I'm getting nothing for this, and yeah, how could you not have all these guys be able to be heard for radio fans all over the world? And he said, hold on, put me on hold, where I was like sweating bricks. And then he came back on like 10 minutes later. He said, well, I spoke to the law firm, and we're willing to let this go, but don't do it again. Got it? And I'm like, I think I got it. Yeah, we're good. So there you go. I'm all about what you can and can't put on the internet. And one BCG.
Clark, you got a bunch of people saying hi. You got a hello from Brazil, actually. PU5SFA.
Brazil. We love Brazil.
Hey, I go Brazil nuts.
Brazil 66.
They got good cigars there, don't they?
I think so. I don't know. I've never been there. W2BTK.
But the girl from Ipanema.
That was Stan Getz and Astrid Gilberto.
Yes, but it was about Brazil.
Oh, and SMU is going to get on.
Re-sang that song, Girl from Ipanema, and it's called, what is it called? Summer Samba or something. It's a really sweet song. It's very touching that she redid her mom's hit.
I used to watch, we had some Disney VHS called The Three Caballeros. Does that count?
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. Then I'm an expert.
Like the Three Musketeers.
Is that's like what it translates to? No, or something like that.
WBTGCR.
I even have a Brazilian nickname. You ready for this? Loco Fuego.
Loco Fuego. Oh my! How did you get that nickname though, Clark?
Brazilian girlfriend gave it to me.
You had a Brazilian girlfriend? Wow.
Oh, why do you think I say I love Brazil?
Well, there you go. I was going to say, they got some pretty nice-looking women over there from what I've seen in pictures.
Well, just like the lyrics of the song, tall and tan, and I forget the rest of it, but anyway, yeah, all of it's true.
Loco Fuego. That's a good one.
Oh, absolutely.
How do I get a Brazilian nickname?
Ask your Twitch follower there.
Oh, Clark, here's a good one. Just real quick, somebody wants to know, well, actually, Jim wants to know, how did Clark choose his vanity call sign? That's a good story, huh?
I'm surprised Jim doesn't know. That sounds like a softball question. Okay, so my call sign, because I never give it, N1BCG, is a tribute to 1BCG, which on December 11, 1921 was the first ever amateur radio station to send a message across the Atlantic using shortwave frequencies. That was 1921. Think about that. And you ready? Here's the extra goose. Here's the extra oxygen in your turbocharger. That whole thing happened 3 miles from my house. So how could I not have a tribute call sign to that? So yeah, so I'm N, which you don't pronounce, so like lowercase n, 1BCG.
It reminds me of B&G circulator pumps for oil burners. If you say it quick, B&G. You're a circulator pump.
Also known as number 1 boys chase girls.
Yeah, the N is silent, though.
Exactly.
Or, since, you know, the suffix actually is Bill Case's grandpa.
Anyway, Bill, how'd your day go? Like, today was a little cooler, right, for you? And you sound like a little bit more, less stressed than yesterday. I haven't heard you complain about work today at all yet. So, good for you. And today, I got rained on, so I had to wait a little while for that to stop. But it rained pretty good on Long Island, so everything got messy, and then it stopped. So, but I still made the day.
Well, that's because I didn't go to work today. Thursday is my Friday. We do 4 10-hour days and get our 40 hours in real quick like that.
You told me that last night, and I am just a dummy, and I forgot. Good for you. Well, that means you had a great day.
Yeah, I played with my crappy IQ modulator setup and built myself a little L network tuner, and I got all that crap rocking and rolling on 40 meters, but it's still a little limp on 80. Damn input on this amp sucks. Like, it really sucks. But I haven't gotten everything that I ordered in the mail yet to make this work, so I'm just like fiddle farting, as they say. That's a accepted way to say things, right? Fiddle fart?
Fiddling around. Well, yeah, it's amazing how much time can fly by when you do stuff like that, because I've been there, done that. You feel like if you didn't accomplish everything throughout the whole day that you thought you would, man, you're like, holy jeez, I just wasted the whole day. I hate that when I don't progress, with a project. But that's just the way it is.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I slept until about noon today. I really needed it. I didn't get enough sleep during the week, so I just, slept in. I mean, I woke up at, 4, like I usually do, and I was like, I just laughed and went back to sleep. I woke up again around 8 o'clock, and I was like, went back to sleep. Woke up again at 10:30, and I was like, you know what? Screw it. And I just kind of stayed in bed and nodded off here and there until noon, when I was like, all right, let me get up.
God bless you. I can't do that. And you know what happens when I do even go maybe an hour or two past my normal routine? Holy jeez, I wake up like I got beat up. I feel worse. And you're not feeling that out because you're younger than me, but yeah. You get up, your normal time, you stay up for an hour or two maybe, and then you go to take a nap, or you did yours quite faster than that, but I'm telling you, man, it kicks my ass. I can't do it. I wish I could. I really do.
Naps are horrible. They don't work. You're better off just staying awake and going to bed a little bit earlier than you normally would. Naps kill me. I can't do naps. They're the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way I can describe it. Yeah. I get up, I feel worse than, like you didn't sleep at all, like through the whole night. It kind of puts you totally, it's like in reverse.
Clark, are you taking a nap yet?
No, I'm going to send you a picture of Loco Fuego.
Nice. Hey, I had like all the low end scooped out of my audio. Does that sound a little different? I'm not looking for audio report. I just want to know if it sounds different than it did before. I don't care how it sounds, but does it sound different?
Yeah, you sound different.
Good. Good.
What are you buying from the Buckeye?
My low end in there. I put all my low end in my microphonium. Does that sound different?
There's KB8SMU. Hello!
Jello to everybody.
Hey, you're not piss weak at all. Oh, geez, here comes the text message with Loco Fuego. Am I allowed to show this? Oh, wow. Am I allowed to show this on stream?
That's fine. That's Alex from Brazil.
What? I didn't hear you. Can I show it to the viewers?
Yes, that's Alex from Brazil. That's the one who called me Loco Fuego.
You sure that's not off the side of a truck, of an 18-wheeler truck, that picture?
How can I see it?
No, I'm just laughing because I forget what perfume truck. And you drive people here on Long Island, and there's one, I'm like, man, look at her. It's like these, I don't know how to put them on trucks, you could actually distract somebody.
Wow.
Yup. She was a fireball also. So, yeah, it was a nice mix. But the problem is she lived in Brazil.
Why didn't you move to Brazil?
I know I should, but I'd never be on 3885 again.
Well, you'd be doing something better.
Yeah. It's a long story. It's actually very interesting. I said, Jesus, you live in the land of Latin lovers. What's up with that? She said she wanted a tall guy. All right, that's where you can win.
Hold on. The Brazilian fellow in the chat says that he has perfect audio reception of us. Wow, over the air. Dang. Yo, Clark.
In Brazil, no.
He said, yeah, here.
Yeah, probably on a web SDR up here in the Northeast.
I don't know. He said he's got perfect audio reception.
Imagine that. Not me. You can't. There's my weakest station in the nation. No way. The little Viking, 70, 80 watts. Oh, boy.
I got the Viking, all cranked up to 65 watts a carrier today. Woo!
That's good. It's low for the long. That's not bad.
Oh, okay, yeah, on the internet. He's got perfect audio reception on the internet. Well, that makes more sense.
This sucks. That means he can hear me.
Hey, Loco Fuego, what you drinking? I'm thinking it's almost time to start drinking.
Talking about so we can see the picture of Clark or whatever.
It's not of me, it's of Alex from Brazil.
Alex from Brazil. All right. So what's the website though that we go to and we can hear audio and stuff on too?
Twitch.tv/amateur radio live. Oh, we got a beach shot. Alex from Brazil, man. Dang, look at this. At the beach.
Damn right.
I thought, the entirety of Brazil is a beach.
Kind of. Not as much waterfront as Chile. Chile is a wild country. It's just like all waterfront. It's this tiny little narrow strip of South America.
It's a peninsula.
Well, no, I mean it's landlocked inland, but the whole west coast of it is all ocean. But it's like Chile is this really super long, skinny, narrow country.
Oh, yeah. That's like the top left. Right. Not a peninsula, like Florida.
Right.
The Wang of America. I don't know if it's worse to be in New Jersey, which is technically the armpit of America, or in Florida, which is the Wang of America, as Homer Simpson said. All right. Good chat. See you out there.
All right, you people, time to light it up. Let's talk about something interesting here.
Let's talk about, I don't know. There's nothing interesting to talk about.
Let's talk about I don't have internet in my basement. That's making me mad.
Uh-oh.
You gotta wiggle your wires, man.
That's what she said. Right now it's a cell phone, and I'm halfway out of the ground on this end, and it ain't working. AT&T.
You gotta use your phone like Clark, which I don't understand, because like using a phone for anything except making phone calls infuriates me. Like it's literally the most frustrating thing after about 15 seconds, almost every single time.
Yep, and that's the only internet I have. My phone uses as a hotspot for the left. Nice and slow. Yeah, it sucks.
Clark's internet on his phone sucks too, because he can't like look at Twitch.
I get it perfect if I was upstairs, just down here. Nothing wants to go through. Right now it says your broadcast has ended. No, it didn't. It's just my connection.
Yeah, no, we're up almost 4,700 kilobit per second, 0 dropped frames, 60 frames per second, CPU load 4%, and we're live for 47 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yeah, sometimes if I turn the video off, I can still get the audio in the chat.
Somebody's telling you to buy an Android, Clark, but I know that you can't have an Android because the other guy got the Android. That lucky bastard.
That's right.
Well, anyway, Clark, you gotta be entertaining, man. Why is there so much lag in this crap?
Well, I thought Bear was being entertaining and Kevin was giving it a shot. What about those guys? You guys have more experience at entertainment than I do.
Yeah, but you're better at it.
Nah, that sounds like you're just going for the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, this is, as the kids say, beat.
Uh-oh, people turning off the Twitch channel left and right. Gotta do something. Must get entertaining.
No, since we started, like, being somewhat like energetic about this whole ham radio thing. We've doubled our viewership.
All right, well, let's talk about amateur radio.
I gotta fix this dang delay, man. This is awful. Let me restart some crap.
Viewers always sit there and chant Clark, Clark, Clark. That means on the air, we should sit here and chant Billy, Billy, Billy.
Yeah, Bill, 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 Bill.
What?
Yeah, we don't want to overload his millennial buffer.
Well, yeah, we got so much delay on this. Dude, ever since they changed, I'm like all still pissed off about this name change. Like, it ruined my life.
That's a shame.
Nothing works. Well, what are you drinking, Clark?
Gin. And I'm trying to find out. Oh, this is a picture from Phil. Holy crap. I'm looking at this piece of equipment. I got this picture on my phone. I'm like, I don't recognize this at all. It's like, this is nothing like anything that I've ever seen before. And thank goodness it shows, when you click out of it, it shows you the date and where the picture was taken. It's like, oh, I know where this came from. Someone sent it to me. Isn't that wacky? Okay. Well, anyway, I'm better now.
I gotta go adjust something, man. This is wacky.
You'll feel better afterwards.
It's always best to have it adjusted right.
All right, that's more better. Well, maybe. Hello? Yeah, nope, that's not better. Since nobody keyed up since the time I went to do this and got back, I figured nobody's got anything to talk about, so let me just lower that. Hello? Okay, all right. These are acceptable levels. What, you guys all on AM Facebook or something?
Yeah, just, messaging some of the other FB folks.
FB folks?
Yeah, Fine Business, Facebook, they're all synonymous.
Yeah, it's all fine business until somebody gets knifed.
Now. Let's be civil.
Well, I guess I'll pour a glass of wine. What do you think, Clark? Should I go for the wine or should I go for that Kraken stuff that I got? I still haven't opened that thing.
Yeah, do the Kraken spiel. It's Friday night.
I was thinking that'd be better for Saturday night.
Oh, okay.
Just because I have the wine is here ready to go, and I kind of like feel like drinking some wine, you know? Like, wine is great. It's the red stuff. The best.
Man, have you guys ever like gone through your photo album on your phone and realized there's just a whole ton of crap that you can delete? You know, pictures which, you know, you took for reference, but you don't really need them. Man, I'm able to clean up a lot of junk.
Oh yeah, that's how I like remember stuff. There's so many pictures of blueprints and like stupid crap like that in my phone from a while ago, but every once in a while like I find them like a year later and it brings like a rush of nostalgia. I'm like, oh man, I remember that job. So it's like kind of fun too. I don't know. I don't delete a lot of crap. It offloads itself to the cloud when I don't look at it for a while, and like it's not a big deal until you gotta scroll through 1 million photos to find that one from like, you know, a year and a half ago that you're looking for.
Oh my God, I just came up with the bubble girl picture from the hot tub. Yep, this is a good set of pictures.
Are they like terms of service compliant?
Oh yeah. She's a former Playboy model, not a bunny, folks. Relax. Cold shower time. She's not a bunny. She's a Playboy model. Well, was. And she's completely butt naked, except she's covered in bubbles.
So you can't see any hoo-hoos or anything like that?
All you see is a smiling face and a glass of white wine.
Wow, you can't see the hoo-hoos or the ha-ha.
No, nothing you'd be interested in. But, yeah, that was an exciting evening, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, we've heard the story. You know, I've heard it a few times, but that's okay. I enjoy that story. Oh, look at that. The average power metering is ticking forward slightly with modulation, indicating some degree of non-linearity. Is this acceptable, Clark? Am I doing this wrong? Hello? 5? Yeah, I must be doing this wrong.
If your antenna current meter bumps up in bumps up in current when you modulate, it's because you have asymmetrical modulation.
That could be it. But it's like a nice little uptick. You know, the plate current meter does the same thing, which is why I was leaning towards some type of non-linearity.
Kind of like my radio. It's all right.
Hey, if your trapezoid pattern looks like, you know, if it's got like wavy lines and like weird curves on it, is that good?
No, mine's a good sharp corner, and then I try to keep the tip from glowing like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer's red glowing apparatus. But that's pretty much it for me.
Oh, hey, the Timtron sent me a pretty funny audio clip last night. What was it? UAN. Oh, geez, what was the whole call sign? Oh, yeah, here. The UAN in space. So it says, here's a production from a long time ago that parodied Jeff, WA3UAN. Jeff was a nice guy, but a pissweaker who had not much to say. He'd break into QSO and make an old buzzer transmission about nothing that QSO was about. Unfortunately, he'd follow the pissweaker's first law, which states, the weaker they are, the longer they talk. Somebody put this together. The UAN in space. It's about a 9-minute parody of Jeff. It's really funny, too. And there's an advert for the Timtron Institute in the middle of it.
Oh, Oh, yeah, he sent me that also. Is that worth listening to?
Yeah, it's pretty well done. It made me laugh. It starts off a little slow, but once you get like a couple minutes in, like I was rolling on the floor.
And that's what it's about. Unparalleled entertainment.
What?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying not to hiccup when I said that.
Sure, it's the hiccups. Do you get like gin hiccups?
No, but I get red wine sneezes.
That's messed up.
Not at all. You've never had a sip of red wine and then started to sneeze?
Never, not once.
No. Okay. Well, when you grow up, you will.
I only started drinking red wine like a month ago.
Such a noob.
K3FEF, do I got this?
Oh, let me be the jerky high school teacher, like, can I go to the bathroom? I don't know, can you? So, Mike, I don't know. Do ya?
It only...
I don't know. I was listening to this conversation and laughing hysterical, and I was like, I have something to say, I just don't know exactly what it is yet. But it's Friday night, so it's all good.
What? Is that SMU trying to get in there like every time? We're just like quick keying. It's not fair.
ERRL videos tomorrow. Anyone want to come over and give me a hand? Because I need some inspiration.
I was thinking, oh no, I can't smoke it no more. I'm tired of waking up on the floor, so it only makes you sneeze. So Clark is either smoking weed and drinking wine, or he just sneezes.
Sneezes.
I miss my old medicine, man. It was so much better than red wine, but you know, my job really likes to cramp my lifestyle.
Don't you hate that when revenue gets in the way of fun?
And I've got Captain Morgan going on, so we're good here.
I don't really like drinking, you know. I just like, you know, taking the edge off, and the only way to do it these days is with alcohol.
Well, no, what can I say here? There is the 420 aspect. Is that cryptic enough? Am I allowed to? Yeah, anyway. Which actually, we just put a bunch of seeds in a pot, and man, they're taking off like wicked. Oh, wait, am I not allowed to say that? FCC's not listening, for crying out loud, and they're not going to bust me anyway. But yeah, it's like two different things, you know, like the stuff I grow here is kind of like a wine high, and then there is like, you know, the complete alcohol buzz, which we're professionals at. But it's Friday night, got on one once in a while. I mean, God knows, the weeks of this work has been stressful.
Yeah, you're growing sunflowers over there, I understand. No, my job, you know, like I can't do that anymore. So I've been getting way better sleep, but everything else sucks.
I haven't seen any testing
that I've learned. I don't know.
They claim they do.
The key to everything is moderation. So, like, for example, all week, I really didn't drink. Maybe I had, like, you know, 2 glasses of wine with dinner or 2 shots or whatever, but it's like you don't go overboard. But on the weekend, however, you can pretty much do whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is, the older you get, the longer it takes to recover. When I was in my late 20s, early 30s, I could go out to a bar on Long Island and hang out till 4 o'clock in the morning, make it home, and still get up at 6 a.m. to get to work for overtime on a Saturday with no problem, like it was nobody's business. Now, it takes me 3 days. Roughly 3 days to recover from a night of 3 a.m. drinking. Although, honestly, I don't even stay up till 3 a.m. anymore. I just can't do it. K3FEF.
You know, generally speaking, what you said, Mike, was correct. The older you get, the longer it takes. Period.
Yeah, that's accurate also. Everything just moves slower.
Great. Now Bill's got nothing to look forward to. And one BCG.
No, I'll just, I don't know. I'll retire at some point, you know, and then I can just do whatever I want.
Bill, you're early 30s, right? Give or take?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You've got plenty to look forward to yet. I can tell you when it starts to go downhill. Around 46 or 47, give or take. That's when things slow down a heck of a lot. But it doesn't have to. Like, I've learned how to counteract all this stuff. Oh, my God. My cat is freaking out in the background. What? Zach, come on. You want to get on? You want to say something? Now he's being quiet. As soon as Tanya picks him up, he's quiet. Go figure.
That's the squish 'em effect.
Yes, exactly. The squish 'em effect. That's exactly what he wanted. He wanted to be picked up and held. Once he got picked up, boom, done. He's quiet.
My cat's very, very vocal. Like, she says stuff. Like, I always tell her I love you before I leave the house and when I come home and stuff. And she started saying it. Like, she goes like, oh, meow, meow, meow. It's fun. She's so cute. Dang it. Where's my cat?
Wow, she's got you trained for marriage life.
All right, wait, let's see if we can make this happen in real time. Hold on, because actually my cat's extremely talkative too. He speaks in full sentences, multiple syllables and everything. Zach, come on, say something. Say something.
Not today.
Now he's not going to say nothing, you punk little... I can't believe it. Man, this cat meows all day long. He says, hello. I mean, like, he really... Say something. No? He just did it into the microphone, but Billy was talking. I want to key over him, but this cat goes, no! Oh, that means put me down. Oh, boy. He's in grumpy mode now.
Too many sunflower seeds.
He's radio shy.
Now he's in the corner tearing up the carpet, which means he's absolutely perfectly happy. That's just great.
Yep, sounds like my cat.
Hey, Andy.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break up the conversation, but I was kind of getting a kick out of what Billy was talking about. What were we talking about? Plate metering or something? I could probably help with that.
What? No, my tube emotes are not showing up in Twitch. That's my biggest problem over here. Since I changed my name, everything's broken.
What do you mean? When you changed your name, I kept getting updates, but with the new name. So, I don't know, it looked like everything was working.
No, I have like, these special, like, you can upload, you know, like emotes, like smiley faces, the poo emoji, all that crap. You can upload your own. So I have one that's like a YC156 tube, and it's not working.
Oh, I would think that would stick to the account, but oh wow, I just saw a giant wasp fly into the top of my window, and he's like making a nest up there. Alright, that's a problem for tomorrow. Yeah, no, I would think all that stuff, all the graphics would come over when you just did an account name change. It wasn't anything big.
Yeah, but Twitch is all screwed up.
Is that better? Alright, now I'm on frequency. Yeah, I had the VFO was a little bit off there. I was a little bit north, and now I'm back where I should be. Yeah, I should set up a Twitch account just for the fun of it, just to have it. I mean, I generally, Tanya's already going, no way. I don't know why.
How many accounts do you need?
Accounts? It's... Yeah, well, it's all fun. I haven't done anything live in a while anyway. I've been too busy.
I'm trying to... Oh my goodness. Update now. Sorry, unless you've got a time machine, this content's unavailable. What the hell?
I just sent one and I see it, but nobody else
What
pointed
was I
out.
saying? Oh, Clark, what are you doing tomorrow? Feel like doing some video editing? I need some, what do you call it? Not inspiration. I need motivation. Motivation. We got burgers, hot dogs, and all sorts of booze if you want. I gotta get those videos done. I feel so bad. I brought them up on the machine today, and I started getting them laid out into a project, but now I gotta do some serious editing. And your creative guidance would, of course, be welcome.
Well, I was going to fly to Block Island, but yeah, I can hang out at home and help out with that.
Somebody perfectly doubled with you. You try that again.
Okay, would the other Clark key up and say what you have to say, and then I'll kind of pick up on your coattails? That's right. I was going to fly to Block Island tomorrow, but that's okay, fine business. I can hang out at home and help with video editing.
Oh, yeah. Come to think of it, actually, we could do it via Zoom. No problem. I'll just share my whole desktop and start running through the videos. I did color correction today, so everything looks really good. Now it's just a matter of, like, picking pieces, segments, and putting it together.
Steve! Yo, Steve!
All the creativity you need.
The problem is, I am easily distracted.
Yo, Steve, man, thanks for the subs. You are the man, dude.
Blink 182, and all of a sudden I'm picking up a guitar, and yeah, it's a problem. Kanye knows how big of a problem it is. I start on one thing, and I'm completely distracted. But I did get started today, which was a good thing. And yeah, I'll tell you what, a lot of what we got looks really good. Like, some of it, I don't know how much editing I have to do. I think some of it we could just let it roll. Bob did a fantastic job, so I want to get those things done as quickly as possible.
Yo, he's on a roll. Yo, Steve, man, stop it, bro. Thank you so much, man. I don't know what to say.
It's not like I was kind of pushing it off. It was just, good God, work has been so busy.
Just think, you're coming up on the 1-year anniversary.
No, don't make me feel guilty. I feel terribly guilty already. No, we're only into it, what? That was February. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the pushing. That was February, so we're into it, what, 6 months? 6 months. That's not bad.
No, it's fine.
No, but I do feel guilty. It's very unlike me. I'm usually very good with deadlines and getting things done quickly. The problem was I had no official deadline with this. So, you know. Anyway, that's the story on that. Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. Wait. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. 1, 2, yay. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the meters. I'm finally looking at the meters now.
And one BCG because, you know, I just felt like filling an uncomfortable silence.
W2BTK for promotional purposes.
GB8SMU.
KC2CWM.
Wow, and we thought this was a private conversation, huh?
Private war. There's all
Yeah, right. It's like walking through the dark forest and hearing a sound in the bushes and saying, "Who's that?" And then having a chorus of people saying, "Not me."
As the spiders fall out of the trees and you walk through spider webs.
A friend of mine freaked out when she heard about spiders that were able to fly. Flying spiders. Spiders that could move themselves through the air, and she said that would be the end of me.
Funny you mentioned that. I was on the deck today, and I witnessed a spider taking off, like on a string of web. And this guy just started going up in the air. And at first I thought, well, maybe he's working on a web from my rain gutter to the deck railing. But no, this guy was just totally freestyling. He was just going up in the air. It was amazing to see.
Freestyling.
Yeah, I had never officially, I mean, I knew it was possible, but I had never officially witnessed that before. This guy had his little thread hanging off his butt, about 2 feet long, and he was just heading right up into the wild blue yonder.
Nothing like having your tether come out of your butt.
Jimmy's 411 says, "Hello, Clark."
Hello, Jimmy's 411.
And Steve is making it rain. Mr. Steve Happens. That's my moderator in the Twitch channel. He just gifted 3 subscriptions and dropped a bunch of bits. He's making me blush.
Oh, did he say something like a little sweet nothing into your ear?
He's like showing mad ass support, yo.
Billy is the greatest. He's my heartbeat.
He likes my channel, Clark.
He just likes your nervous twitch.
What? I want to change this emote prefix because I think it might fix it, but like my new name is not as cool. Like, remember how my name used to be Snap My Bra? Like when you type an emote, it says Sniff M, and then like if you use the YC156, it's like Sniff My C156, and it looks so funny. I don't want to change it.
It sounds like an accident.
Yeah, why would you change it?
I don't know. It's just the prefix. It's I don't know.
Good evening, KD1NA.
KD1MA? Hello? W2BTK.
W2BTK, Bravo, Delta, Kilo. This is the Kilowatt Delta 1 in November, Alpha KD1NA. Name is Dave, we're in Groveland, Mass. Over.
Yeah, over. You're sounding good from Mass.
Yeah, you're 5x9 in here. They're running 500 watts into a dipole.
5 and 9. That's what I like to hear. What's Clark's, Clark, how are you hearing our friend in Massachusetts?
Nice.
I got a knife out of that. It's slightly off frequency, but the radio tuned them in. Yeah, both of you are coming through here loud and clear. I just thought I'd hop in and say hello because you guys are coming in so well. Haven't been on 80 meters AM in a while.
Yeah, well, yeah, don't be a stranger. It's nice to have you here. You know, I lived in Boston for a while. I attended Berklee College of Music, man. I lived all over the place. I lived on Massachusetts Avenue. I lived on Commonwealth Avenue. I lived on Beacon Street. I used to run around up there in the Back Bay area by the Prudential Center. That was my T stop off the Green Line. Oh, the damn Green Line. Hopefully they made that better by now. But yep, that was it. I ran around Boston a lot, and Thank God you don't have one of those accents like Pocky Cod, Javiad, like that. That was always very strange to me.
Well, I don't know. I Pocky Cod, Javiad all the time. No. I'm not a New Englander. We've been living here for about 40 years, but we, both the wife and I, have very little dialect or accent at all because she was born and raised in California, and that's kind of a general accent, and I was born and raised in Wyoming, which has a slight accent unless you're up in the western part of the state, but not much of one. So, no, we didn't listen to them like these folks do.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Yeah, I guess it's just people who are born and raised there. They speak like that. I always thought it was funny. I was at music school, and I remember distinctly in ear training class one day, the teacher was just like playing notes on the piano, like, all right, what note is this? You know? And he hits the note, and this kid shoots his arm up. He's like, oh, G sharp. And the teacher, like, he said it's so funny, like, G sharp, you know? And the teacher was like, wait, what? G what? He's like, G sharp. It's like, wait, I can't G what? And he totally, like, he was screwing with him because it sounded funny.
I remember many, many years ago, I was over in Scotland doing some training at the 4th of Clyde, right alongside the 4th of Clyde in Montana. The National Semiconductor had a factory there, and I was teaching there. And in the classroom, I have a question, and I said, okay. And he comes out and said, how do you have a boot? And I don't understand you. You're speaking in English, and the guy gets a little upset. He says, I'm speaking a bloody English, you know. But he had such a hard, Scottish throat. After a while, even only a couple of days, I started picking it up and understanding. But boy, when you first hear it up there, it's kind of difficult. You have to really listen hard.
Yeah, it's like any thick accent. It's, I don't know. There's just that specific Boston accent, you know? Clam chowder.
Well, Jersey's worse than New England.
See, I'm a native New Yorker, and I live in New Jersey, and somehow I, just don't have any type of accent whatsoever.
You don't live on the 43rd Street?
I was like way, way Upper West Side, man. Inwood. That was 209th Street.
This thing working.
White Horse Station is?
Oh, I heard Daryl in there. Yeah, Daryl, it's working.
Well, good evening to you. And sounding good down here. I kind of tweaked this T368 a little bit. Sometimes I just tweak it, let it do just a little bit more.
What do you think, Clark?
It's all fine business.
Try this again.
Hello, Clark.
That explains a lot.
It's got a lot of modulation there tonight, Daryl. You got as they say on the Chicken Man, you got all kinds of audio up in my receive. You're straight up in the cherry bushels, man.
Yeah, I know. The toys that I have down here. I just don't have enough time to use them all. But Sounding good. Hello, Clark. I heard you in there. I can't hear the other station you talking to, Billy. Sound like, I don't know, Connor? I don't know. I doubt it. But, all right. We know this thing is working, so I don't have to tweak it no more. I'll just let it be well enough alone. Maybe I'll leave it right here. Billy, you think I should leave it right here, or should I turn it up more?
I would leave it the hell alone, but, like, you know, you should always turn it up a little more. And then if it doesn't work, just back it on down.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm looking at the positive peaks. Right now it's like 120, so, it's okay. Maybe I'll back it down just a little. I'll just back it down just a wee taste.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go. I gotta go to the other room, watching television with the wife, but thought I'd check in and say hello. By the way, the name is Dave for the other two stations. The name is Dave, and we're in Groveland, Mass, northeast part of the state of Massachusetts, running 500 watts into a dipole. Well, okay, let's see. Peak power is 500 watts. And carrier power is 114 watts. So, anyway, we'll let you guys go. Have a good day. Stay healthy. KD1NA.
All right. Hey, we'll talk to you later. Thanks for jumping in, man. It's a lot of fun. You're doing great here with 25 watts. I hear you really, really well here. Don't have an SNR for you right now because my mouse scooted off into nowhere land, and that I have to be hovering over the passband in order to see what kind of signal to noise ratio that I'm receiving. But if you can, one more time, I can give you, I don't have an S meter, but I can give you a signal to noise ratio.
Okay, very good. Well, here I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over.
Yeah, you peaked at about 44 dB SNR, and the entire transmission was above 40 dB, so I'm hearing you really well.
Yeah, I'm using SpectraView, but it doesn't have the that readout. Actually, it does. Give me a transmission real fast.
All right, this is W2BTK on Montana Mountain in beautiful New Jersey.
Okay, down minus 50 dB, 51 dB.
Okay, I'll take that. I will take that.
Okay, see you guys. Take care. 7-3. KD1NA.
7-3.
That's right.
What's right?
All of it.
No, I can't all be right. That's racist.
Hey, BLM, man. Burn, loot, murder.
Oh, man. You know, people are, like, starting to, like, not be so cool with that stuff. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's like not working. Like, it started out like everybody was like, yeah, we totally agree with what you're about. Like, what happened was completely unacceptable, but then it, like, morphed into some crazy stuff. And I think people are just kind of, like, backing away slowly. The point is lost.
Here's the problem. It's like anything with advertising. It's all about communication. It's all about advertising. Effective advertising is when your message gets across in an effective and compelling way. But if you beat somebody over the head with your message, and you continue to beat them over the head and beat them over the head and beat them over the head with the message, at some point someone's going to say, you know, the first couple of times I was fine with it. Then it became obnoxious. Now I cannot stand it. And we're deep into that. That's the problem.
Man convinced against his will about his own opinions. Good one, too.
It's really sad too, Clark, because I mean, you know, it I think like there wasn't a single person on Earth who like didn't agree that what happened there was completely wrong and needed to make some changes. But it took off and turned into something else. So like it's sad. It's a sad state of affair.
That's right. Keep burning, keep looting, keep murdering, and the point is because they're gonna turn what started off as a good message into something that's resented, and it's gonna backfire. The people who organize that movement have got to get control over it because it's wildly out of control now.
Point of information.
Oh, yes, it's a Marxist organization, and their chief fundraiser is a convicted terrorist.
Correcto. And so it's the other way, Billy. It's not that it got out of control, it's that they seized upon an opportune situation and went with it, used it.
Which is sad. It's just very sad to me.
Well, I read something in the paper this morning that made me smile. Those idiots staged a rally in Pleasant Valley, New York, near the site of a well-known auction outfit in cow country. Pleasant Valley, for God's sake, up about 10 miles from here. They said 500 BLM protesters showed for it. Well, guess what? They got heckled by 200 plus, I think all the numbers were tilted or unreported, anti-BLM protesters with Trump signs, and as the BLM people tried to do a parade down the main street of Pleasant Valley, they were run out of town.
Well, what do you know? WB2GCR for the purposes of stating just that. Billy, I used to play tennis over in Inwood.
You played tennis in what? England?
Yes, at Inwood, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, Inwood. Yeah, I lived in Inwood, New York, way Upper West Side, 209th Street and Seaman Avenue.
Yeah, I know where that is. I lived up on the other side in the B-Bronx, up Fordham Road.
Yeah, that's not too far. If you know that intersection, 209th, or actually it's 207th, I think, and Seaman Avenue, S-E-A-M-A-N, there was a big park like right across the intersection, and lots of childhood memories there. Huge park. It was really nice. And then down the street there was the candy shop. That's Gus's. I used to go in there, and I was like the mayor of Inwood when I walked in there, man. He used to let me go behind the counter and like ring people up. That was a cool place. It's still there too. Tom and Gus.
Isn't it Bodega City?
That is pretty much, but that was cool stuff growing up there. I lived there till I was 6 years old, so I still remember some stuff, but a lot of it I was too young.
Yeah, all right. Well, I just point of reference, that's all. Now I understand the rest of the story.
And it's W2JBL, forgot to mention that.
And by the way, Chris is absolutely correct about those people.
You sent me the link.
Not me, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, somebody did, but I kind of knew that in the first place. You can look it all up. It's a disgrace.
Hey, Clark is correct about a lot of stuff.
Finally, push back.
Yeah, they can't. Letting that group run wild is a mistake.
Pushback.
Hey, it's not considered a homosexual act until you push back.
You're the one talking about your childhood in semen.
I even spelled it for you. Sierra, Echo, Alpha, Mike, Alpha, November. The seaman, like a person on a boat on the sea, There's two different words, but seaman Seaman Avenue, like the sea, SEA.
In honor of the merchant marine sailors that may have lived there generations back and called New York City their home port when it was still a port.
Yeah, Clark, get your mind out of the gutter.
What?
Yeah, what? Is it possible?
I would just like to take this opportunity to say an official hello to Bear and Chris. It's Mike here, K3FEF. Good evening, guys.
Oh, this is crazy. I thought about you today, Mike. Holy crap.
So where are you right now? Are you upstate or are you downstate? Where are you at? And how'd you make out up there anyway with the cabin and everything?
Well, I'm downstate. I ended up being up there for basically the whole month of June. That was nice. The weather was really good. I've hired a contractor, and I'm going back up when I'm waiting on a call from him. And he said for early August, first 2 weeks of August, I'm going to go back up, meet him, and we're going to do about 400 feet of road up to my camp, and then I can rock and roll, baby.
Good for you. Nice. Yeah, it's totally God's country up there. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. One of these days, I don't know, I can't decide where I'm going. I'd love to buy some land up there, but at the same time, I'd love to be up in Maine also, so it's like kind of a toss-up. But no, good. Glad everything's working out.
Hey, you're pretty much out in the middle of the sticks now. Where you got to go?
Yeah, but PA is going, the way I see it, it's going hard left. It's like New York. The big cities take over. So Pittsburgh and Philadelphia basically have the majority. So the state's going hardcore, in that direction. And I'm just like, I just want to be left alone. Actually, if I could find an island off the coast of Canada where I could buy some acreage and just build a cabin or a hut or whatever and be left alone, I'd be perfectly fine.
On the shores of Lake Ontario, across from where from Watertown, the area where my camp is, there are numerous small private islands just off the coast, just slightly out into the lake with some nice camps on them. If you're looking to Canada, that's entirely doable.
Yeah, but it's cold.
Yeah, it's on our list of things to investigate, that's for sure. I kind of chose where we are now because I've got decent proximity into New York City, so I can still go in for meetings and things like that. But right now, that's all out the window. Our Madison Avenue office is pretty much closed down, and we're working out of Jersey and our PA office. So I'm like, I can kind of, not for nothing, I never reported to an office anyway, so I can pretty much be anywhere. So might as well find the spot that really makes me happy, and that takes a little bit of research and work.
Do you like to be cold?
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. Old Forge is wonderful. We have the record low temperature. We hold the record for the lowest temperature ever recorded in the state of New York, minus 52.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. The funny part is I don't mind cold temperatures. I guess because I grew up in computer rooms and Knox and had extremely ridiculous air conditioning. Never really bothered me. In fact, for me, 70 degrees is too warm. The colder it can get, the better. I have more of an issue with the heat than I do with the cold. Cold, you can burn wood. You can heat things. Once it gets too hot, there's not much you can do with natural resources.
Well, after you're finished digging out your car from 6 to 7 feet of snow, drifts to 12. Well, actually, it starts before you even begin digging. And you pop out of the door, and within a couple of seconds, the snot in your nose freezes, and then you spit, and you notice it's frozen before it hits the snow, and you piss, and it's freezing as you're pissing in the snow. Welcome to the Adirondacks.
There you go. I remember going hunting up there. We would get out of the lodge at like 3 o'clock in the morning pretty much and start hiking into the woods, and that pretty much sums it up. But you know the movie The Shining? Well, Jack Nicholson, yeah, that would be me. Put me in a freezing cold spot, buried in snow, with some sort of a radio. Remember, she had the radio. And I would be perfectly content, probably. I don't think I'd have an issue with that. K3FEF, because I haven't said that in a while.
Honestly, if my place was year-round, I'd be up there in the winter. The radio is fantastic up there. And I may do it yet. I may buy a place in town, but that kind of negates the purpose of this place. W2JBL.
W2BTK. Just because.
Nice one.
Well, I say you have to spend 6 months in a warm climate and then 6 months up here, and then you've got it made.
Where's Clark?
Mike, I prefer the slightly colder climate. I put it this way, it's hot down here. Not city hot, but it's hot. And for the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks here, how do I put this? Outdoor activities have been canceled.
Yeah, man. Hey, Chris.
Yes?
Yesterday, I think it was you, mentioned Dwayne Allman. You guys were talking, and is it you that mentioned it?
Yeah, you're going to tell me about your brother who was in an Allman Brothers copy band, which was also my high school band. We were doing Allman Brothers covers. Yeah, I think, Richie, we've had the conversation.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you ever actually checked out his site. I imagine you did, I guess.
Wait, you guys listen to Allman Brothers?
To it.
Well, you could just Google Mountain Jam Orchestra. Mountain Jam Orchestra. And there's a few videos, some live shows. They have a website, all that jazz.
I just wrote that down, so... Yeah, I think I checked it out. That was back over the winter. I barely remember. But yeah, barely. Speaking of that, speaking to Bear last night or the night before about ways to achieve that guy's guitar tone without shattering windows.
Well, I think you appreciate it. If you haven't seen him play, you got to look at it. You got to definitely check it out. Because my brother has been doing it since he's 16. He's 60 now. And that was his guy, Dwayne Allman. And I think you appreciate it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was doing in the 70s. Exactly the same thing, although we never, we were a high school, we were a garage band. I think we had a couple of high school dance gigs or something like that, but it was a blast. And that's the only rock and roll I play, if you could even call it that. But geez, I was playing that stuff last night.
The Allman Brothers is like good music to fall asleep by.
What are you, crazy?
No, I it puts me right to sleep. Like if I need to go to sleep, I put that on and I'm out.
I'll come crashing through your ceiling like a stormtrooper playing the frickin' Statesboro Blues at 130 dB. We'll see if you go to sleep.
I slept through an earthquake one time when I was an infant. It's not hard to do. I can do it, trust me. But when I put on the Allman Brothers and pour a glass of wine, I'm out. I can't help it.
Maybe I misunderstand you. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's like sleepy music for me.
You've never seen him live. That's the problem.
No, he's just weird.
Popping chicks up out of their seats, dancing in front of the stage. Oh man, that's good time stuff.
You ever hear of a band called Obituary? That's the kind of stuff I like to listen to.
Yeah. No, I can't say as I have, and I'm not a rock and roller, so no offense. I'm ignorant or never paid any attention to mainstream commercial rock and roll anytime after about 1973.
Wait, what did you say, Clark?
Yeah, I said death metal.
It is. It's pretty much death metal. I either listen to like death metal or I listen to techno. I know that's really weird, but like lots of electronic music and lots of death metal. And those are like my two things. I don't do rock and roll. You know, I don't even think rock and roll truly exists, you know? Like it's not even a real thing.
The whole thing is branched out wide. I'm either listening to like Tool or I'm listening to like Zed, hard like EDM. So it's one way or the other. But I think that's actually good.
The new Tool album totally trips me out, Mike. Like, that song Numa. Have you ever tried to count along to that song? Like, it's just it's like a couple of different time signatures all mashed together. And it's like, it's super trippy. Like, the music doesn't sound complex, but it's super complex. Like, and that's why I love it. God, that new Tool album is just like, holy crap.
Yeah, that was like 4 carriers at once, but actually, Billy, I think I copied you most of the time just because of proximity, but yeah, no, the new Tool album is off the hook. Yeah, it's, I don't know, what else can you say? It's just fantastic. I mean, anybody that's into that type of music should really listen to it if they haven't already.
I can't relate to that stuff. I'd rather listen to like Lightning Hopkins or Robert Johnson or Count Basie.
Count Basie, there you go. Now that's badass stuff, man. Count Basie, like, you want to talk about badasses? Count Basie was a total badass.
Do Ibiza-style EDM, and then I'm listening to Tool and, you know, vintage 9 Inch Nails and stuff like that. It's all good stuff. It's just different. One thing I almost don't want to say this on the air, but one thing I have a hard time with is country.
Oh, I love my vintage country. Oh my God! And you and Bill doubled there with the. Yeah, Bill, I've played with people from the Basie band. Man, those cats taught me a lot. I met Basie, I met Freddie Green. I didn't play with either one of them, but I played with band members. That was a big part of my jazz education.
Dude, well, you're pretty lucky. I mean, I went to Berkeley, and that's like one of the biggest jazz schools ever, but while I was there, I was like too dumb to be into jazz. I was like, man, like, jazz sucks. So, like, I didn't take it seriously, but I really wish I did.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste, you know. I mean, I grew up on all of the rock and roll crap, but then one day I heard Duke Ellington, C-Jam Blues, and I'm like, okay, so it's in the key of C, and they're jamming the blues, and it wasn't that big of a stretch from that pentatonic scale blues crap I was playing. So I started jamming with that. Then I discovered Charlie Christian, and that was it. Once I discovered Charlie Christian and, you know, basic jazz guitar, that was it for rock and roll.
Do you guys listen to the World Reggae Show?
Right now.
Wait, can I get in?
Yes, you can get in just right now after I unkey.
Oh, okay. Any of you guys ever listen to Infectious Grooves?
Infected Mushroom?
Infectious Grooves.
I love Infected Mushroom.
Nice one.
That's Clark's show, though, the World Reggae Show, man. DJ Slater, is it? I think something like that. Man, that dude, he rips it up. Come now, my selector.
Yeah, I think he's a silent key now.
What?
Bear, where did you post Infected Groove lately? I feel like I know that name. Maybe because I listened to him and liked him, or maybe because you shared it.
Yeah, I posted one song up from them. I did. I think I posted Frustrated Again.
That's right. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, everything you post is generally really amazing.
Yeah, I've got some weird taste. Yeah, Billy, you will like infectious grooves. Chris, you will not like infectious grooves.
Well, hey, to each his own. I'm not against any form of music other than certain forms of urban music that encourage criminal activity, you know. But, whatever. It wouldn't offend me. I just wouldn't dig it.
Well, these guys are really out. they're like out like the first time you heard Don Cherry, all right? And they're that far out.
Are they as good as Dirty Loops? You ever hear of Dirty Loops?
No.
Oh God, check out Dirty Loops, man. It's just like a couple guys that can shred like mofos, and they do that.
Track reel to reel.
I like
looping. I was playing.
What, Clark?
Pink Floyd, the slide from Pink Floyd. One of these days, I'm going to cut you into little pieces. That was the peak of my rock and roll career, 1973.
Yeah.
Somebody's talking about suicidal tendencies in the chat. Like, hell yeah, that's my jam.
All right, we can all double.
I want to know what Clark has to say about all this.
I'll send it to you via text.
You're going to have to.
Yeah, Clark, you should listen to some infectious grooves. It will open your sinuses.
You'd be surprised what I listen to.
I know, that's fine, but have you heard infectious grooves?
I'm way past that.
Are you saying Infected Mushroom? Because those guys are awesome.
Infectious grooves.
Yeah, I love Infected Mushroom.
Oh, God.
Do they have a data sheet?
Oh, man, Billy. Yeah.
What, Bear? What?
Yeah, what? Exactly. That's what I'm asking. What?
Send me the Infected Mushroom data sheet. I want to see it.
If I don't have an email for you, I might.
Upload it. Use your vector signal generator to just draw the data sheet in my waterfall display here.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Good. Do it. I love that stuff. You know how cool that is?
I think it's just like a waste of time.
No way, dude. Complex AM is where it's at. Clark, are you still there?
I'm looking for a link.
What link?
Curly Loops.
No, Dirty Loops.
Oh no, you gotta hear Curly Loops, far and near.
Wait a minute, Dirty Loops, that's freaking Peep Show 16mm film loops that were in the Peep Show machines on the old 42nd Street. That's Dirty Loops. That's what.
No, it's a group of musicians, you know, and it came out recently, like maybe 10 years ago, so way past the point where anybody would like know about that. It's Dirty Loops. It's sick, like it's absolutely sick. Keyboard, bass, guitar, drums, and they rip harder than anyone. Well, that's not true, but they rip really hard, dude. W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
W2JBL.
KC2CWM, and I mentioned Humphrey McGee, but I don't know if anybody heard me, but those guys are pretty awesome.
Oh, Humphreys McGee. Yeah, that's like a jam band. See, that's a style of music that I can listen to, definitely, but like I'm not like super into it. I get bored of it.
They noodle and don't go anywhere. No groove. That's my knock against Fish. My knock against Fish, they never found a groove they couldn't miss.
You know what groove? Listen to Lightning Hopkins.
Well, Bear, what did the Fish fans say when they ran out of drugs?
I don't know, what?
Holy crap, this music sucks.
When I was your age, Billy, I listened to, I'm guessing around your age, I was into the Betsy Dregs, Steve Morse band.
I never heard of that.
That guy could play.
Yeah, he was like Guitar Player magazine, best guitar player for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. And then Steve Howe was before him. Yeah, that went on for a long time.
Yeah, that guy could play. I don't listen to really any of that kind of music, but I respect anybody that actually has some real talent and can really play their instrument, because there's a lot of posers out there, even have big record contracts. The number of musicians that can really get down and play is very slim.
Chris, and you check out Billy Strings. He's the real deal.
Who?
Billy Strings. He is the real deal. I don't say that lightly.
Oh, I caught him because I read Guitar Player magazine, and I always look up the people they feature in these articles, and it's usually some meth-addled 83-pound waif that can only play crazy tunings and stuff. There's like 1 in 100 new artists they review on there can really play. That person is one of them.
Somebody in the chat here is saying Billy Strings is the S-word expletive. So it must be good stuff. People on Twitch know about Billy Strings. So I better check that out. And by the way, Chris, I saw a YouTube video of you playing guitar with Bob, KBW on keyboard. It was the Monkey Puppet BC Express band at like FFL's house or something. I found that video.
Jesus. Well, there's 2 or 3 of them out there. That was at Ken and Kerry's FU barbecue. The first one, we were in the garage, and it was raining like hell. And the second one was, they actually said we were outside, and they set up a tent for us, and this and that and the other thing. And that gig didn't go all that well, but yeah, that was a moment.
Man, and you know what's funny about it? Bob's keyboard was like drowning everything out. It was like, I was like, geez, like KBW's keying on Chris's guitar.
Was that the one that was shot under a tent?
Yeah, you guys are outside, and I think the cameraman was under a tent, and then they like pan over to Clark. Clark is totally in that video.
Yeah, I'd have to see which one it was, but if you have the whole thing, I'm playing a couple of songs on the pedal steel.
Nope, you had like, you just had your guitar there, and like, you know, you could hear it a little bit, but Bob's chord progression there was just like blaring, man.
Was I standing up in front of a mic?
No, you were sitting down, and you had no mic.
That was the first FU barbecue. We were in Kerry's garage, and there was a heavy thunderstorm going on, and there were sound issues. Oh yeah, God. Chris KB3 something or other from Newcastle, Delaware, shot that video, and the audio was effed up.
No, this one, you're outside, the sun is out, and it's on the FFL YouTube page.
I'll have to look for that. I actually have the whole set. We didn't play for very long because Bob had an issue that night.
What?
I won't go into it, but that was not a fun gig, I'll put it that way. Party was great, but the gig...
What is this song? I don't know if you can hear that in the background. Here, let me turn it up. It's just coming out of my speakers right now. Yeah. I don't know if you can even tell what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, that was the second one.
Yeah, I just had my speakers cranked. My cat's pissed.
I can't editorialize something about that on the air.
all you can hear is the keyboard and then, like, you know, the guitar poking through sometimes.
Yeah, well, stuff happens, you know. But I'll tell you what, that actually launched me relaunched me. 'Cause I've gone in and out of this stuff a few times over the years, and I had not been playing for a while. And starting a few weeks before that gig, I started playing. I don't practice, I play, and I started playing every night, and I have yet to have missed, that was what, 2013? 2014? I have yet to miss a night playing since then, basically.
Yeah, but what about Clark? Everyone's chanting Clark, 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 Clark in the chat. Where'd he go?
He's listening to Far Near by Curly Loops.
Dirty Loops?
Curly Loops!
Short and curly loops. I like that.
Go check your messages, your SMS.
I did. There, two of them came in at the same time, and they were complicated, so I didn't, like, look further. It wasn't like something that I can glance over and be like, oh. All right, I'm looking at it now. Buy Far and Near EP Curly Loops on MP3. Do I have to pay to listen? There's a paywall on this.
Not the one I sent.
All right, what is this? This is a bottle of Happy Pills. Oh, you got that good iPhone audio in the background. An incidental part of my transmission, you know. It just happens to be there in the background. It could be my ringtone for all you know. You know, the FCC does a great job. Wonderful people. W2BTK.
There you go. From Bordeaux, France, Curly Loops.
It's pretty chill. I mean, like, the good music to, like, I don't know, build amplifiers to.
She classifies it as noise.
Just to put it out there.
And hello to Timtron, if that's Timtron out there.
Timtron's cool. Where's Timmy?
Oh, it's W2JBL. Forgot to say that before.
Hey, I know N1GIC.
What?
It's past Timmy's bedtime.
He's taking a nap. He'll be up at like 2 a.m. bellowing out CQs.
You can catch him on 40 in the afternoon. He gets up there around 3 o'clock, 2:30, somewhere in there, mid to late afternoon, bellows out CQs on 40. He does very well down here.
I think I could get on 40 with my IQ modulated exciter. I got it rocking and rolling on 40 today. Still haven't gotten 80 meters to really lay down and spank yet.
Oh, Viking 2 works really good on 40.
Yeah, but Viking 2 is boring. I want complex AM. I want independent sideband, IQ modulation.
Well, if you're going to run low power, 40 meters is a very good place to do it.
Doesn't have to be low power now. I got all my crap rocking and rolling, laying down and spanking.
Spank it. Spanking it. Yeah, no, 40's good during the day. It's just not short. Like, you probably wouldn't be able to talk to Clark. I wouldn't be able to talk to you and Clark. But, you know, a couple 300 miles out, it's real good.
Well, none of us would be missing out.
Clark is one of my favorite people to talk to on the air. And the internet chat, you know, all... There's 12 people watching on the internet right now. They love Clark.
Easy to entertain, apparently.
You know, since I changed my name, my viewership has tanked. I don't think people, like, they might have had, like, desktop shortcuts to my old URL, which just, like, doesn't work now.
So they really like Snap My Bra better, huh?
Everyone liked Snap My Bra better, but, you know, like, I just wanted a username that, like, I could tell to my grandparents or something, you know?
which
That's
is why you
sexual
changed it.
harassment.
No, Chris, my old username was Sniff My Balls on Twitch, and it became pretty successful, but then I was like, all right, let me go like mainstream, so I changed it to amateur radio, but it was real late when I did it, and I misspelled the word amateur, so I was like, oh, damn it, so I had to wait 3 months to change it, and now like all the good names are taken, so finally I changed it to Amateur Radio Live, so now it's like twitch.tv/amateur radio live, and I'm live right now, but you know, like every time I change my name, my viewers tank because nobody can find the damn thing unless they were already like a regular.
Stop changing your name. You should have found the right name to begin with in the first place.
Well, I thought Sniff My Balls was a great name, but apparently, like, people think that that's a little taboo.
If you want to encourage your 13-year-old kid to experience ham radio with the edge,
I would think you would do better with amateur radio, but yes, the misspelling is a bit of a problem.
Well, see, the problem is I own twitch.tv/amateur radio, but, like, nobody follows that one. They're all followers of Sniff My Balls. So, like, I changed the name, I misspelled it, and I was like, oh, crap. So, like, I made a new account with the correct spelling, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, I just screwed myself, because now I can't change the main channel to that in 3 months, because, like, it's already taken. So, I made it Amateur Radio Live. And that's good enough, you know. I'm just going to leave it at that, you know. It'll be around for a while.
I don't get it, though. How come I'm still... When you change the name, I still get the notification emails when you go live, but under the new name. So people that were subscribed before should still be subscribed. I mean, I'm getting the notifications. I don't get it. I would think you wouldn't have lost anything.
Well, yeah, but those are all people who are, like, following the stream, who check regularly, and, like, they're all there, but I used to get, like, them plus an influx of, like, other people who would just, like, tune in or whatever, you know, like, they knew about it, they would just type the URL in, like, they didn't have a Twitch account or whatever to, like, actually follow, so, like, all those people, I think, are gone.
You should find a happy medium instead of just amateur radio. Maybe find a middle of the road, like amateur radio with balls. There you go.
Amateur Radio Live is cool. It sounds like, like a radio show, like Amateur Radio Live on 3885 kilohertz with W2BTK and everyone.
What's your average listenership right now?
I was up around like 15, 20, and, you know, right now I'm at 11, so I'm doing not that bad, but, you know, it's still like down from where it was.
I'm pondering that because kind of like this is what I do, marketing type stuff. So I got to think about that a little bit. What? Tanya's got something to say here. That's that, and that's that. So, yeah. Well, no, I honestly think you're on the right track with the new name. The new name is certainly better. It's just going to take some time. You got to build it back up. The funny thing was your old name was outrageous, and that's probably why everybody clicked on it.
Yeah, it was good, you know, like, I would go in other chats and stuff, and people would be like, oh, crap, who's this guy? Like, they'd want to talk to me, be like, Sniff My Balls, like, what? You know, and then I would end up, like, not being a troll, and that was, like, even more intriguing.
Well, I think there's still a way to get that intriguing factor up without necessarily the whole Sniff My Balls thing, although that was really damn funny.
Well, the whole point of this Twitch stream is to promote amateur radio, you know, and that's it. I'm just trying to promote the hobby. get people interested, maybe be on a platform where there's very little to no amateur radio presence, but there's a huge, there's lots of young traffic like flowing through this place. So, they happen to land here, see all this weird crap in the background, and say, oh, what the hell is this guy doing? Oh, well, I'm glad you asked, Honestly, there's been a few people here who came into the channel with no license, and now they're licensed. Actually, probably 3 or 4, and they were on the fence or whatever. They were CB radio guys, and I was just yo, get your license, get your license, get your license, get your license, and some of them did it.
There was actually, I just got an email, I forget, sometime this week, I'm sure it was this week, and the guy actually credited you with the reason as to why he got his license. He had a technical question, had nothing really to do with anything. I responded to him, but he mentioned you as being the reason he caught you on Twitch, and that's why he got started, took the tests. So that's pretty cool. No, that's a good thing. And you certainly have a different crowd there. It's the younger group, which is good. I think that's often what, QST, those guys are missing with the ARRL. There's it's a complicated thing, right? How do you get somebody that's not into technology? Because that's what this is ultimately about. It's not just radio. It's about the technology behind the radio aspects and how you do it and the audio, and you got to have kind of a desire for it. It's a complicated subject. And then, some people just go for FT8. What can I say? K3FEF.
Well, I try to live stream fun radio, and even guys who are hams who wander into the stream, they're like, oh damn, this isn't typical ham radio, so it's the fun aspect. I like to be high energy and have fun while I'm operating, and I think that's what does it. That's the only thing. I could sit here and have technical conversations and this and that, and that'll appeal to some people, but the average person off the street who knows nothing about this, they'll just see people having fun doing something and being like, whoa, that looks like fun, and then they'll get into it, and then a year down the road they'll be interested in the technical conversations, and that's what we want. But for now, just you stumble upon it, you see some people bantering back and forth, having a good time. That's it. That's entirely what this stream is about. W2BTK.
All right, hold on. Do I got this? All right, I think I got it. So, let me ask you a question. The technological aspect of this, the electronics, what got you started when you were young? When I was young, I honestly have no idea what got me started, but I was fascinated with Radio Shack, 151 electronics kits. I was fascinated with taking things apart. There wasn't a Christmas present that I got that I didn't take apart to figure out how it worked. And that was me at 5 years old. I mean, it was almost like an instinctual thing, and I'm not sure why, because my father was certainly not technically capable. So I'm curious what you think kind of led you into it.
Well, I was kind of the same way when I was 4 years old. My parents left me alone, and I had unplugged the VCR and completely dismantled it, taken apart and laid the parts on the floor. So there was always that little bit of electronics curiosity. In college, I started screwing around with electronic stuff. I didn't get into amateur radio till maybe 2.5, 3 years ago. But I was on the CB for the past 10 years. I had my technician license, but I didn't give a damn about getting on repeaters and all that. I didn't use it. I was on the CB. So my buddy's dad growing up, right? I'd always go over to my friend's house, and he's a big ham. He had his whole ham station there in the living room. He had to walk past it all the time. I knew about it. It was okay, ham radio. I didn't care about it. All I knew was when we were trying to play Super Nintendo and he was on a net or something, he would blare over the speakers and crap and chase us out of the living room because we were making too much noise. That was ham radio for me. But then that same friend was yo, here's a CB radio, put it in your car. I'm gonna put one in my car and let's see how far we can drive away from each other and still hear each other. And I was oh, okay. okay. So we were doing that, and then like that CB ended up staying there, and I was driving to work, and I'd hear all these guys on Channel 19 raising hell, like just cutting up, having a great time, like messing with truckers and this and that. I was like, holy crap, this is hilarious. And then I would try to talk to them, and nobody could hear me, and I was like, dude, these guys are so strong. I need more power. So like that's when it began. I was like, okay, let me find out about coax and amplifiers and this and that. Like, what do I need? And like I just started building up my CB crap until I had like a powerful signal. Then I got out there and had fun. I messed with people. Like that was my existence on CB. I was just messing with people and I was having a great time. It was fun, you know, but I was forced to learn about like how to put together a station. So like it just got bigger and more amplifiers and this and that till I was running a Suburban with 4 Lee Neville alternators and a 3CX6000 box with a 6-element array. And I was just like, all right, this is cool. And then like I started like hearing people with better audio, like that sounded like FM stations, and I was like, holy crap, what the hell are they doing? And I was like, all right, like yeah, like lots of watts is cool, but I want to sound like that. And so like I started getting into that, and I met Dave, and he was like, here's a Johnson Viking tool, like here's a schematic, you need to externally modulate that thing, like here's a pile of junk, like see if you can figure it out, you know. So I put that together and I got on the air with like some hi-fi stuff, and then like eventually I hit a wall. I was like, yo, CB sucks. Like I finally got like a decent receiver, and I tuned in. People were like, yeah, there's lots of good AM on 3875, like check that out some night. So I was like, okay. And I like tuned in on my CB dipole, and I heard like Clark and Bob and like probably you and like other people, and I was like, holy crap, like these guys have huge signals and they all sound so good. And I was like, that's it, I'm getting my General. And like maybe a month later I showed up on 3885 with this Viking 2, and that was like 2.5 years ago. So that's the whole story. W2BTK.
The CB sucks. I literally have in my logbook the first evening you got on, and it was quite funny. But yeah, I guess if you had to sum it up, I mean, the one key word is curiosity, and that's a problem because, you know, you're kind of an oddity. Not everybody is as curious about, well, everything as you are, or most people, or people that are in this hobby are. Curiosity is a big thing, and I don't know why, but it seems like you know, I'm kind of involved with the school district here, and I get involved with young people a lot, and it's like, man, you show them, like, I mean, I have a pretty cool ham shack. They come in here, and granted, you know, I didn't hand build everything. I only hand built some of it, but they come in here and they look at it, and they're like, you know, so what can I play on the iPad? And it's like, really? There's so much fun stuff to do here, and you want to play around with an iPad? That's a tough thing to fix. How do you fix that? It's like the whole, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old, but it seems like the younger generation, not necessarily your generation, but the much younger generation, like, you know, early teens, just are zero interest. And how do you drum up the interest? I have a godson who right now is, how old is Christopher? Was he 6? He's like 5 or 6, and I can't, I don't know what to do. I can't get him started. Like, and I can tell he's got the same mentality we do. He's curious, but it's more about Nerf guns, you know. And like, Nerf guns, really? All right, you want to tear apart a Nerf gun and modify it? Okay, we could do that, but let me show you how this transistor works. and that doesn't really work. Yeah, I think that's the transistor or the roadblock on why we can't get.
Hi, Dave.
They're going for the easy stuff, and it's hard to get them interested in the more complicated stuff, which ultimately does at some point need some, you know, reading, mathematics. That's what it all involves. Anyway, I've rambled on long enough. K3FES.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel. Gentlemen, I have a young generation of boys that would like to say hello. The name here is David. I've got a couple of 9-year-olds or so that would like to say hi. Hello, Billy. I know that's you out there. Do you guys mind if these guys jump in and say hello?
No, come on in. The water's fine. We'd love to say hello. This is W2BTK transmitting from Montana Mountain in New Jersey.
My name is Daniel Villiers, and I am 9 years old. We are in Maryland right now, and we're just having a good time.
Well, hello, Daniel. You're sounding good here in New Jersey. That's quite a trip, over RF. What do you think about all these antennas and, transmitting equipment and all that stuff? Do you think it's cool, or would you rather play Xbox? That's my question.
I do not play Xbox, and I don't know anything about satellites in New Jersey. I can tell you that. This is my first time on a live stream.
Well, that's cool. You're doing just fine. It's pretty cool to think about all the things that have to happen to convert, your voice going into that microphone, coming out over the air all the way here to New Jersey into my receiver, into a speaker, so that I can hear you. If you think about it.
Hello, my name's Benjamin, and actually my brother Daniel is actually the John Tucken whatever kid. I don't remember. Miracle Network.
How old is Ben?
6, and February 13th, I'm turning, 7, and so I really haven't done this before, so I'm just gonna run away.
Where are you kids going back to school?
Wait a second, I have a question here. First of all, David, could you give me your call sign again? I want to get you in the logbook here. This is Mike. Call sign is K3FEF, Kilo 3 Fox Echo Fox.
Ready?
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
And what are you going back to?
I honestly don't know. I have a lot of reading to do before we go back to school. I'm very excited to go back and see my friends. We haven't been able to have play dates and all that. So I was pretty upset about that, but otherwise I'm chilling over here in Maryland.
Very good. Well, you guys sound fantastic, and Daniel and Benjamin, you both sound great there. So we're not too worried about the school aspect. Don't worry about it. If you're interested in ham radio, I bet you're more than happy to learn plenty of stuff on your own as it is. So that's a good thing. Anyway, you guys sound great. This is K3FEF, and I'm in northeastern Pennsylvania, right where Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York come together. Back to you guys.
We were actually going to go to New York, but that was canceled because of COVID. We were going to go on a cruise, have a lot of fun there. But we've been visiting my aunt and uncle in Florida. First time we drove, that was quite the experience. Second time we flew on a plane, that was, I think, a week and a half ago. That was really fun. So the airport was a lot different. The airport in Florida, Tampa, that place usually has pulling in 20K per day. There was barely 100. It was so lightly. It's just a totally, I think that's pizza, but, YouTuber food. Anyway, the airport was just so, there was no crowd, there were no lines, it was just very different.
Very good. Well, that's all fine business. Yeah, the nice thing about this whole thing is that the lines aren't too bad at the airports. So I'm looking at your dad's page on QRZ, and I see a picture of a Jeep. And I think that Jeep is, hold on, I gotta scroll up a little bit. Is that a YJ? No, is that a TJ? I think it's a TJ. And boy, that's some rock climbing going on there. So you guys like wheeling?
Dave is actually not my dad. He's my dad's friend. My dad is actually here. So Dave Pepper is not my dad. I can tell you that. Kid of the Year for the Miracle Network at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. I keep saying to my parents, I really want a do-over because, you know, we had a dance-a-thon the day before COVID canceled it. I was really bummed out about that, so I really hope, like, maybe they give, like, 2 kids the honor of the Miracle Network, because that would be insane. But my dad, the third.
All right, very good. And I'm sorry, I made an assumption there, and I don't know if you know the saying about making assumptions, but I certainly did that. So, okay, so I get it. He's not your dad, but that's cool that you guys are on the radio. And John Hopkins, I'm quite familiar with John Hopkins for sure. And I know only a little bit about the Miracle Network, but good to hear. Good stuff. And yeah, glad to hear you guys on the radio. Maybe you'll get involved in this and get your licenses sometime in the future. That would be nice. Back to you guys, K3FEF.
What's happening in Pennsylvania right now?
Not much, actually. Pennsylvania's pretty quiet. We've got more action going on over in New York and New Jersey, which is why I moved to Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is pretty quiet. So I don't have to worry about all the COVID-19 stuff going on, because we just, not a lot of people, it's kind of quiet, not a lot of traffic. We get, if anything, we get a lot of vacationers that come here to visit, you know, the waterfalls and the Delaware River and creeks and streams and whatnot. So it's pretty quiet right now, and I work from home, so I don't really have to worry about too much. And weather-wise, it's been very, very hot the past few days, like really, really hot. I'm talking sweating like crazy, over 90. But yeah, I'm curious, we're down in Maryland, it's a little bit cooler, or at least I hope so, for your sake.
Really is not that much cooler. It might be like a degree cooler. It's been really hot up here. But I've had my chickens to keep me company when we get taken off of screen time, or we just don't want to do it. My chickens, I have 5 chickens. My favorite is Fuzzball. She is just so calm, and she's just happy just eating grass. And we have this unbreakable bond. She lets me pick her up. It's just awesome. And with new dogs, she's enjoying that, and a cat. I actually can't touch cats because they're salmonella stuff. I can't have that. And I'm also, I wouldn't say allergic, but like, I can't have it because it'll stop my anti-rejection meds. I can't have grapefruit, starfruit, or dragon fruit. What?
You give out all the information now.
Yes, I know. Anyway, it's just been really quiet up here too. I've had just being with the chickens that are just like to see you, or peck at you and say, go away, I'm trying to lay an egg. That's what my chicken did yesterday. When I tried to pet her, she was in the roosting box, and I was like, hi there, and she was like, get away from me, and she started being really loud and all that. I was like, okay, and I ran out of there. I was like, oh my goodness. So, yeah, it's just been really quiet up here besides my chickens. They are the opposite of quiet.
Well, we have 6 chickens here, and we also have 3 Pekin ducks, and they each have their own coops. The 6 chickens, there are egg layers, and they are all wonderful girls. We jokingly call them, you know, about lap cats and lap dogs. Well, these are like lap chickens. They'll pretty much jump on top of you and just want to sit down. And the ducks are just as friendly. They love to be cuddled and hugged, and we have a big pond on the property that we take the ducks down to. The ducks love swimming all day. So I can relate to the chicken story. Chickens are excellent, and a lot of people underestimate them. I happen to think they have great personalities, and they certainly recognize you after a while, and they're just fun animals. So we got our 6 chickens, we got our 3 ducks, and we have there's a boatload of other stuff here. We also happen to raise painted turtles. We have a lot of painted turtles in the pond. We have bald eagles here. that fly across the Delaware River and over the roof of my house once in a while, and sometimes I get lucky and get a picture of the eagles. We have tons of hawks, plenty of hawks. The hawks, actually, very often we get to see the hawks fighting with the eagles for nesting space, which is very interesting. And of course it's Pennsylvania, we have tons of deer. The deer, in fact, tonight we were just sitting in front of the garage, and the deer walked right practically into the garage because they're looking for a snack. And technically we're not supposed to, but we cheat a little bit, and we do give them snacks once in a while. So yeah, we're big animal lovers here, and we have a lot of fun with all the animals around the property, and we try to take care of them as best we can. But wow, good signal. I'm curious, what type of, and maybe you can't answer this question, but you could try, what type of a transceiver or transmitter are you running there?
Black 6400. By the way, we used to live on a farm until I was 3. Then till I was, I think, 4. Then we had cows. Did we have ducks? Yeah, did we have ducks? We didn't have any ducks. I believe we had chickens. And they hunted all of our deer. And, when, I was muted, Dave, I told Dave, move to Pennsylvania because he's a deer hunter.
Okay, so,
Yes. Thank you so much for letting me in, having a cute show with you guys. This is 123 Oscar Hotel. I'll be clear on your phone.
Hey, I've got a quick question before you go, Daniel and Benjamin. Are you guys having fun? Are you guys having fun using ham radios? And if so, what do you think is fun about it?
This is actually Benjamin and I's first time. Our favorite part is just we get to talk with other people and be on live streams. This is my first live stream I've ever been on, and I've never been on a live stream before. I was hoping my first live stream would be a gaming type, but chatting is a lot better. Okay. Yep. So, yeah, I've just been having a lot of fun. We're meeting our friends. We're probably going to stay here for another 2 hours. So, my mom loves chatting with her friends. So, honestly, I'm looking forward to staying up late. So, I'll try to talk to you guys later.
All right, Daniel and Benjamin. Well, I'm glad to hear that you think this is fun. That's how I got into it. I just thought it was fun to use radios and get on the air and talk to people. So the fact that you're having fun, that makes me very happy. And hopefully you want to do it again and have more fun on the radio, because this is one of the most... this is how I have fun. I use my radios and stuff. And to tell you the truth, I've learned a whole lot from doing this. Not that is a reason to do it, but if you think it's fun, you'll end up learning a lot of stuff. So hopefully that's the case. And I'm glad that you're having fun with it. And yes, you are on the live stream right now, Amateur Radio Live. And guess what? It's going to get uploaded to YouTube too. So you're going to be on the YouTube page. Everyone will see. And I'm sure that Dave will give you a link to that so you can hear yourselves live on the air here on 80 meters and see how you sounded and all that stuff. So, yep, you're live on Twitch and you're going to be live on YouTube probably tomorrow. So, anyway, it's all about having fun, and to hear that you guys are having fun, it's Well, that's what it's all about. This is W2BTK. It's been great talking to you guys. And yeah, get the grown-ups to chat for as long as you can so you get to stay up late. I know that trick, trust me.
And Mike, thank you so much. These guys had a great time. You should see the smile on their faces. So now we just need to talk his dad into getting him a radio, right? Look, I'm going to head back upstairs. I am so thankful for you guys letting these guys jump in the middle of the conversation there and get their first experience on the radio.
Dave, I think it was great that you pulled them in, so very cool. W3 Oscar Henry, this is K3FEF, Kilo 3 Fox, Fox 73s, and very nice chatting with you guys.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, 73 fellas. Thanks so much.
Swine business.
N1TZU.
Timmy! I heard Timmy in there. PZU. Timmy, I listened to that UAN in space. Oh my god, yeah, that's funny stuff.
Yep. I told him in the conversation with Mike FEF.
Hey, Gone Pats, thanks for the follow.
It's the other individual. And I just sat here and listened in. I think I'd get on here just for a little bit. I gotta grab a shower and try and lay it down. Thinking of YouTube, I spent most of the day recording tunes and incidentals off of YouTube. Yeah, I checked my email, and from Bart JYU, he is a great one for archiving ham radio of the past. And there's a 2-minute clip of the UAN himself.
Oh, snap.
And people keying up going, UAN, on top of them and underneath them.
N1TZU.
Ben's Globe King burned up.
Yes, indeed. I hear you in there, Bob. Good evening.
Hello, Tim. I just heard those young ones in there, and that's what it's all about, having fun. I'm not going to stick around in here. I just got back to Littleton, so I got to get back downstairs and get the project done. So just wanted to say hi and maybe catch someone tomorrow. This is N1TZU.
Okay, Bob. Yeah, my ham radio activities tomorrow are going to be a little spotty. I got things I got to do in the cool of the morning. I got to take out some branches on a tree that my wife wants me to remove. I don't feel like doing it today. It's just hot and pussy. Yep, Jeff, the UAN really existed, and there's probably more clips of them floating around somewhere.
Hey, Tim, just wanted to say hello. Mike here, K3FEF. Yeah, we had a really nice fellow down in Maryland, had 2 kids on, and we were just chatting with them for a little bit, trying to get them interested in the hobby. Hope everything's well up there in Maine. It's super hot down here, too, so I can relate.
Yeah, you doing there, Mike? Yeah, I was listening in, and how old was the guy that was speaking on the microphone again?
I believe that was Daniel, and he was 9 years old, and he had plenty to say.
Yeah, he handled it real well. Boy, I can remember being 9 years old. I knew what ham radio was, in fact. When I was 9 and a half, it was in the winter, 1959. Towards the end of 1959, my dad, who worked in Boston, stopped by the Radio Shack and bought me the 1959 edition of the Radio Amateur's Handbook. And, I knew what ham radio was, but as far as anything about it or reading anything, I had no idea. So that was a big thing.
Very cool stuff. Yeah, I think my first exposure was probably around the same age. My dad bought me a set of Channel 11 walkie-talkies from Radio Shack. That's about all I had to work with. But, you know, I kind of expanded on it from there.
Well, it's a start. Yeah, on the good buddy band, don't you know?
You know, Mike, just to wrap up like the convo from before, like the technical stuff, getting people interested in technical stuff, I don't think that works. You need to have fun doing radio stuff. That's the first thing. Make it really fun, energetic place to be. You'll get on the radio with whatever the hell you got, and the technical crap is secondary, and that will be learned out of necessity. That's a personal choice. You dive into it because you want to get into the hobby that you already think is fun. It's got to be fun in the first place. I just wanted to put that out there to kind of like wrap that up. I've been waiting to say that. W2BTK.
All right, but I want you to think about this on the next level. Tell me that it's so fun, right? Like, but it stemmed out of the curiosity. You took things apart. Why? Because that was fun. That was part of the excitement of figuring out, how does this work? Now, you're right. Not everybody's going to get into the technical aspect right away. But I think for most of us, the bulk of the interest and fun was like, how do I get this thing to work? You know, it was about, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely off the hook. But back in the 70s and 80s, it was about how do you build a good antenna? How do you build a good transmitter? That to me was fun. So fun could just be talking to other people, or fun could also be thinking about how the equipment was built. I don't know.
Right, but you're not like into the hobby yet. Like, you could be building, you know, anything. There's so many avenues of electronics, but amateur radio electronics, why do you care about building a good antenna? Why do you care about building a good transmitter? You know what I mean? Because you have fun doing amateur radio. So it has to be fun in the first place. That's my whole point. So providing a high energy, fun atmosphere that is amateur radio is, you know, that's the gateway. Not, you know, like here's a bunch of technical stuff like you might think is cool. That's the wrong approach. In my humble opinion, W2BTK. Oh, and by the way, people are asking about Clark in the chat. They want to know where the hell Clark is.
Clark. He's another case of alien abduction. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in briefly. My wife is telling me, well, let's see if we can see the vomit, whatever its name is. And it's fairly clear out. Yeah, well, I was always fascinated in the technical aspects, you know, how things work, you know, taking things apart, see what was inside, and, radio, I was extremely fascinated in tones, and they together comprised a radio, and I could tune in and listen to rock and roll tunes. Anyway, I'll be back. This is Ray1H and YLR.
Hey, somebody actually ID'd. W2VW.
I agree. I think a lot of people would agree, at least in our, you know, kind of generation. I don't know if it still applies, and I don't know why. I haven't been able to find anybody young, and when I say young, I mean like 18 and under, that it goes after things the same way. Like, you know, how does this work? Why does this work? And maybe part of the problem is because they can hold an iPhone in their hand, and you can't really take it apart, and you can't really see how it works, and it's virtually a magic black box that just does what it does. And so when you look at something like an old Collins radio, it's like, why would I be interested in this? I could probably pull this off on my cell phone. And I find it amazing around here, like how many parents actually give their young kids cell phones. So that might have changed up the game a little bit. But like you said, I remember taking everything apart. I mean, then I couldn't always get it back together. Sometimes it didn't go back together at all. But I always took it apart nonetheless. But Billy, you make a point also, which is, just about the fun aspect. And it's certainly there. I'm just trying to really pinpoint what is the fun aspect. Anyway, I have to step away for 2 minutes to serve my nicotine addiction, but I will be listening. K3FEF.
The fun aspect is getting on the air and chatting with people who are fun, like it's just a good time. Like you want to be on there doing this stuff, and like, you get on the air with some iPhone style setup, like a ham radio HRO setup, like a 7300 or whatever, and you realize it's not cutting it, and then you start doing it for a while because you think it's fun, and that's why you're hanging out. And then you say, oh wait, like there's all this old Collins stuff and this and that, like, well, hey, like let me learn about that, because like I think that doing this stuff is fun and I want to get better at it. It's not like you don't get into it because you want to know how the Collins crap works. You get into it because you're having fun and you want to take the next step. So that's what I think, honestly. W2BTK on Montana Mountain with a whole group here. I think it's K3FEF, WA1HLR, W2VW, Dave was in there, OH, a whole bunch of, a slew of people. N1BCG was here, but he ran away. Anyway, let me unkey.
And then it becomes
That's right. It becomes an addiction. You want you're into it. Like that's it, and you're into it because it was fun.
It definitely has become an addiction. Do I got this? Yeah. So my first radio was a Kenwood TS570D. Which was, for all intents and purposes, the universal rice box that you could do a lot of stuff with it, but it wasn't the best at anything. But it served a purpose. And finally, after hearing about everybody's flex radios, I wanted a waterfall. So I took the damn radio apart and I figured out where to tap it to get an IF output on it. And I stuck a RTLSD dongle on it to get my IF output. And then I figured out how to synchronize that with HDSDR, so when I turned the tuning knob, I could see what was going on around me, which normally you couldn't do with a TS570D. But that's the type of curiosity you gotta have. And you said something earlier, like, it's like, you can get an ICOM, and yeah, it'll work, but at some point you kind of get like, all right, what's better than this? Or how does this all work? Like, because again, it's a black box. It's a magic black box. You can't really tell what's inside unless you rip the guts out of it. So you go back to the older stuff, which is much easier to comprehend, in my opinion. And that's how you end up with a broadcast transmitter in your garage and a boatload of Collins gear down in your basement. Because that's how you learn, I think. But, again, I'm older, so it might be a little bit different. You, Billy, probably have the best connection to figure out what really draws the younger folks in. And it's a complex subject. I mean, look, they've got a whole company, well, not a company, nonprofit, ARRL. They're trying to figure it out, and they can't do it, so go figure.
Well, what's the reason that you're screwing with all that crap anyway? It's because you want to get on the air, right? You want to get on the air with something cool, and you think it's fun. So, like, you tinker around with all that stuff in your free time so you can get on the air because you think that's a fun thing to do. That's it. You gotta have fun. If you can produce a fun atmosphere, it will, the learning and the technical crap comes naturally by itself. It's not a reason to get into it. There's way cooler stuff that you could be doing with electronics than amateur radio. But we all think getting on the air is a lot of fun, so that's the avenue that we choose to like focus on. And there's no reason to focus on it if it's not a lot of fun.
It's not a lot of fun repairing a PTO and a Collins 32S1, let me tell you.
Yeah, but once you get it on the air... Anyway, what's going on, Dave? W2BTK.
I'm just typing some stuff on the internet here, kind of half listening. Good stuff tonight. A lot of good content out there, and it's nice hearing the younger folks on the air. And I don't know if they quite realize that they're living through a time that has never happened before. This is new territory with this COVID stuff, and everything has to be canceled, and no school, don't know when you're going back. So they're making the most out of it. Anyway, be safe, and great to hear you guys if you're still listening. And it's nice of Dave to fire up. Anyway, I'll be kind of like waiting here in the wings for some of the static to dissipate. W2 very weak. Carry on.
Yeah, wow, Dave, that's an interesting thought that, you know, these things are going through something that most of us, well, that generally nobody goes through. It's a whole new experience, and probably going to affect them when they get older. So it'll be interesting to see how it affects everybody when they get older, for sure. But wow, yeah, I hadn't really looked at it that way. And the funny part is, I was just talking to one of the school board directors about school in the fall and what was going to happen. And it really, the way you just said it right now, it really kind of went home that, yeah, this is unique. This is not something that should be considered a normal, everyday experience. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. K3FEF.
We want Clark. Where's Clark? Come on.
He's probably listening and doing something else. I do that often, where I just kind of fade into the woodwork, but I'm actually listening.
People in the chat are like concerned. They don't hear Clark. And they're asking about him. Honestly, they are.
Well, the man has a great radio voice. He certainly does have awesome radio voice. KC2CWM. Listen, guys, I gotta check out of here. I've been listening. It's all good. Have a great Friday evening. KC2CWM. Later.
KC2CWM. Happy Friday. Have a great evening. 73. K3FEF.
Hey, KC2CWM, W2BTK. You come with money, but do you leave with money?
I guess that would be no.
Don't. Yeah, I don't know. That was pretty cool. Talking to Daniel and Benjamin. Sounds like they were having fun on the air too. That's what it's all about. Got plenty of people here in the Twitch chat listening along, talking about amateur radio and stuff. Mike, you should pop in here. There's a lot of interesting discussion going on in the back channel. All right, good chat. Dave, I think it's time to, like, key up.
What?
Wait, what?
How am I coming in there? Can you hear me all right?
61 dB SNR.
All right, because static crashes are pretty loud. Well, I drifted almost right on frequency here. Let me see something. Hello, 555. All right. Yeah, I got company over, so just doing stuff here. But anyway, yeah, that was really neat. Making the most out of summertime here on the Big 85. You might, you might be in charge of recruiting amateur radio operators from the general population, Billy. You could be the recruit czar, and you can turn them over to Connor, and he can get them involved in contesting and other modes and things that other people do, and not just AM, where people might tell you to get off their lawn.
Was that Connor? Somebody in the chat's asking, they're asking how much power are you broadcasting with right now, but you just tell them what you're running.
Yeah, I'm running 375,000 milliwatts here myself.
375,000 milliwatts. Oh my God. Yeah, that's cool. That thing is sweet. How much grid current you got?
11.5 mils, which is really hitting it hard, but this is an end-of-life 4-400.
Oh my God, you can't do that. I wonder what I'm at. I would have to walk in the other room to tell y'all who have read the Johnson Viking 2 manual how much grid current I'm running. But it's probably something that would, cause people to freak out, They call 6146 protection services on me.
Oh yeah, it's not 11.5. It's about 15.5. Sorry. Yes, that's true. You could get a 6146B DIFUS in there.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. In fact, I think I'm going to walk into the other room just to see where I'm at. And then, so basically, just so you know what's going to happen, I'm going to get up. It'll take me a couple seconds to open the door, walk in the other room. I'm going to manually key up all the relays from the other room, and I probably won't be able to hear what's going on. So there'll be a dead carrier for a couple seconds while I read the grid current and plate current, and probably dip the plate. And then I'll unkey, and it'll be a couple seconds before I walk back in this room and I can hear anything again. So I'm going to start that process now. W2BTK.
Understood. Yeah, when you come back, I'll give you a frequency reading here. Yeah, that's cool. Your keyboard, if you can hear this, by the way, if you're going to zero... The chair in the fireplace just screams 60s, and the 60s were a special time. Yeah, I was very young, but I remember a lot of cool stuff. Yes, sir. Okay. You're back. W2 very weak, and I mean it. And yes, TJH, we got to talk about your antenna, man. That's the most important part. We're going to have to phone patch you or patch you on the air here. Got to have an antenna. 1, 2.
Let's see where we're at. All right, the plate was not dipped well into the input of Papa Smurf over there, so I dipped the plate. I was only running about 7.5 mils of grid, so I cranked it up to 8.5. And it looks like maybe I've got a little bit more positive peak action. Let me take a look at the oh yeah, the peak reading watt meter is well, that's good stuff. How do I sound there in W2VW land? This is W2BTK with the Johnson Viking 2 exciter.
That's the most effective AM signal I've heard on here in a long time. Don't touch a thing.
Yeah, it was not optimized before, but now I feel like it is optimized. There was like 20 viewers on Twitch, so what do you want to say to the chat there, Dave?
I want to say that summertime band conditions are really bad, and there's a lot of people trying to break in, and you hear little, things off to the side and all that, and it's like in the summertime on this band, you really need some artillery to be heard, unless the static crashes go away, so just keep that in mind.
Hey Dave, if you don't mind me asking, and I don't ask this too often. Uh-oh, phone's going. It's Mike here, K3FEF. How's my sound? I haven't really checked myself online in quite some time, and sometimes checking yourself on a web SDR isn't the same as just getting a decent audio and signal report. I know you're not too far, but I'm curious how I sound.
You sound okay. I don't hear anything objectionable with it. The tone sounds fine, and I don't hear any pumping or any weird artifacts on your audio. The only thing is that it looks to me like your modulation depth might not be as much as it could be, but I could be wrong. It could be band conditions, so I would say, and this is being extremely critical, it'd be something to check out on a late afternoon for nighttime conditions in QSB, because we might be that magic length where there's 2 or 3 paths and they're interfering with each other via QSB and so on and so forth. So can't tell you there's anything wrong with it, and if I thought there was something wrong with it, I would.
No, that's good enough for me. Yeah, you're about 30 over here. Audio's good, nice and clean, very understandable. And I'm watching my REA mod monitor, and I'm about, I'm hitting the limits on negative. I'm about minus 95, and I'm hitting 120, 125 positive, so I'm not going to push it much harder than that. And actually, I'm looking at I have an oscilloscope also. It makes sense. So I'm going to leave where it is. And like you said, it could just be conditions. So that's good enough for me. And yeah, I got to do it. I got to get on in the afternoon when things are, when nobody's around. That would be a perfect time to test. Anyway, W2BTK, this is K3FEF.
Yeah, there's some wild fluctuations in QSB that makes it kind of difficult. I'm taking a video of this. Billy, give me a couple of words there, and we'll do a A/B here.
All right. Inconvenient. I have a mouthful of pizza, but I'll give you a couple of words here. I'm looking at my oscilloscope, and the pattern looks good. Plenty of positive modulation. I could have a little bit more negative modulation. I'm not really getting all the way down there, which is something I like to do because that negative cycle has a lot to do with, it's just as important as the positive peaks. You don't want to limit yourself to like 90% or whatever. You want to have close to 100% negative, as close as you can go. So I might consider changing that a little bit, but right now it looks pretty good. This is W2BTK on Montana Mountain, making a quick transmission for the W2VW recording.
Yeah, all right, great. So Mike, what are you running tonight?
I'm on the 24 FET E-rig, but I run it at reduced power. I've got the power supply cranked down around 70% voltage. So let's see, what does that net out to? That's about 300 watts of carrier, give or take. A little bit more maybe. Yeah, about 320. And looking at the meters, I'm probably around 95 negative peaks. Positive peaks are topping out pretty high occasionally, depending on how close I get into the mic. And that's all I got to say about that. You're about, by the way, Dave, you're about 20 over, 30 over, but, it's kind of fading in and out right now. And Billy, he's hitting a little bit hotter. He's going like 40 over down to 20 over, up and down pretty quickly. So I think right now it's just conditions.
I'll see your 20 over and raise you up, WCAJ.
Yeah, hello there, ZHJ. Well, I got a good video of that, and the reason I did that is the guest meter on my transceiver that I use for a receiver. If you put like a lab grade AM signal into it, it'll give you a 6 dB uptick with 100% sinusoidal modulation. And I'm seeing on Billy like a little bit more than 6 dB uptick consistently. And I did see it on you, Mike, a couple of times. So I think it's just very destructive QSB, but it really, as you'll see, I'll put this somewhere where you can look at this video. You'll see what I'm talking about. On the average, it looks like he's got a ton more audio than you, but I think it's just destructive. It's just a multi-path. You're coming in here several paths and they interfere with each other. We're probably a magic length away where that's happening, whereas Billy, that's not so. Billy's got a very high angle radiator, so he's blanketing the close-in people with RF here, lots of it. And I know some of my RF is going out in weird places like Antarctica, man. I'm huge there. Anyway, a little later on I'll stick this up somewhere where people can find it, and you can see how you're coming in here. Got a precision detector in the rig, so it gets rid of a lot of the QSB, and you don't hear it, but just going by the seat of your pants, something's off, and it's probably not your transmitter, but it's a pretty good Watergate. WZHA, hello. W2 very weak here. You're making it to the Atlantic Ocean.
W2 very weak. Characters here on 3885. This is WZHA7 in near Cleveland, Ohio. Shining gem of the Great Lakes. Just wanted to let you guys know you sound marvelous. I don't say this to everyone. Globe King 500K, and you guys sound good. I hear Billy. I hear Dave. So good evening from WZAJ.
Yeah, okay, Kevin. Well, Globe King's doing a really, really good job, and glad to hear you on here, man. Not bad. It's nice to hear somebody using stuff from back in the 50s there. Leo Meyerson. Leo Meyerson was still around 25, 30 years ago. And you still see interviews with him here and there, and people talking about the ancient equipment that he sold and built and designed and marketed, all that. The same thing with E.F. Junkston. I think he was a little bit older than Leo Meyerson. So those were the days, but that was a long time ago. But you don't hear too many guys on with Globe Kings anymore. Anyway, somebody else. We're doing break-in here as usual, so I don't want to be turning it around to somebody. Man, that's not good for people with short attention spans. But I will say, W2VW.
Well, Dave, you are spanking in over here up in northern New Jersey from southern New Jersey. And for some reason, yeah, I've got like a laser beam down to you. I don't know what it is about that, but you just, well, you always hear me for whatever reason. I've got a little bit of an uptick I can see on the average power meter. It's sitting right there about 350 watts, and when I modulate, it just ticks forward a little bit. Sometimes not a little bit, you know, like a line or so. So there's definitely some audio on the carrier there. I'm looking at the scope pattern. I might be getting into the diodes a little hard. It might be a little bit clippy, but I don't really think that sounds too bad. I've gotten into those diodes way harder than this before, and nobody complained until I told them what I was doing, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, yeah, you sound distorted. But like, if I would have never said anything, nobody else would have said anything. You know what I mean? So it's kind of funny how that works. It's all subjective. If somebody knows that you have a lot of modulation, they'll tell you that you sound distorted, but if they don't know that and they just hear you, they'll tell you sound great. It's I don't know. That's why human air checks and this and that are just no good. You need to use great stuff like the K3FEF Web SDR, which Mike can't use because, I mean, he runs it, but I use that for audio checks a lot. Your receiver that you haven't changed in like 10 years or whatever is a great benchmark for audio. And then just jumping on FT8 and seeing, you know, what kind of signal you're putting around when you're making changes, that it deletes all the human error, all the, oh yeah, you're 5'9", you know, like you just, people are not good for getting information. You got to rely on computers, you know, sign into the Web SDR for audio, jump on ST8 or FT8 for signal reports, you know. It's, technology's great. I really, really, really embrace it. This is W2BTK.
Yeah, obviously me using my own Web SDR is absolutely pointless. I don't know if Steve got his Web SDR running again up at his new QTH there yet, because that usually was my point of reference, since that's usually the direction of everybody that I, you know, talk at, so to speak. But while I've got it, Kevin, who I was talking before, I didn't get the call sign. I just want to write it down in the book. Kevin, can you give me the phonetics again if you're still listening?
Yeah, Mike. As follows: Whiskey Zanzibar 8 Japan, Willie Zane 8 Jalopy.
Oh my goodness, why can't it, you know, you don't sound bad, but for some reason my ears are killing me tonight, and I just can't copy that. I got William Zanzibar. Try one more time.
WZ8J, Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet.
All right, hold on a second. I want to check that on QRZ to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Oh, there you are. Okay, yeah, got you now. WZ8J. All right, we got you. Nice pics on the, oh, bikes. Oh, God. Yep, got the right QRZ page, I think. All right, thank you. No, I just wanted to make sure I got you in the logbook. I'm kind of fanatical about that, just so I can remember who the heck I spoke to. Because the memory is going fast. Anyway, back to Billy's subject. Yeah, it's really hard sometimes to get a good, you know, response. Actually, Billy, I always trust your reports because you've got the audio background, so that's a good thing. But even then, you know, it's like, Propagation has a tremendous amount to do with it, and of course how close we are in proximity has a tremendous amount to do with it. And I know Dave is a little bit further away than you, so that changes the subject a bit also. But no, good stuff. Just wanted to make sure I'm getting out. I mean, I don't want to tweak things too far because, again, I don't put a whole lot of weight in audio reports. I try to watch the oscilloscope, and I try to watch my power meter, and I look at the average meter right now. Yeah, well, I think I'm doing okay. But anyway, everybody sounds good tonight. 5 nines all around. 5 nines to everybody. K3FEF.
Yeah, Kevin's got a nice looking QRZ page there. It's really neat. Bunch of data up there and all that. That's kind of cool. You don't run into too many legacy father and son hands anymore. There's a few of them out there. So that's good. Sure you got a lot of nice memories, Kevin. And yeah, all your stuff, you know, Tasteful Way out there in the shack, the old Globe King in the corner, you know, you got to put that in the corner. That's a rig that goes in the corner. Because that way you can heave the thing in to where it belongs from 2 different directions.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's about as big of a thing as I want to have. Being 56 years old and weighing at a whopping 168 pounds, muscling the thing around, and I've pulled all 3 decks in and out probably 50 times working on the thing. So, and unfortunately, it didn't translate to any additional muscle mass. Because at this age, you know, it's kind of hard to build it. Anyway, though, you guys sound great. Mike, yeah, we've worked before. A lot of stereotypes. You guys are all just piling strong. Billy is really, really strong. You know, the only thing I'll say about your audio, Billy, is it sounds great. It kind of sounds like a broadcast station which has its audio boosted up. I would say you could dial it back a little bit, you know, a little more natural, but it's kind of a criticism. It's not really a criticism. You could tone it a little and it would still sound great. So everybody sounds really good. Strong signals too. And yeah, my dad, strangely enough, my dad got his license sometime after I got my license. I got mine first. When I was 15, he encouraged me to do it, but he wasn't a ham. He had a CD, and then he got into the radio. I went off to college and decided to chase skirt rather than DX. WZHA.
Yes, that has put a lot of people off the air for a while, those skirts. No comment.
Jason Skirts. Yep, I agree. By the way, the last picture I absolutely love. The station co-pilot, semi-retired. He looks like the most comfortable dog in the world.
Well, he is still around. He's 16 years old. He is probably not going to make it much longer, but every time we write him off, he has a big comeback. Loves to eat. He's skinny as a rail. He sleeps most of the time, and he can barely walk. But it's like a nursing home for a dog here.
W2BW at almost 40.
All combined, that probably means he's super happy, which is really cool.
W2BTK. And hey, I hear you about the maybe overdoing it a little bit, but that was all these optimizations came when I was just running the exciter by itself for a couple of years there, and then I finally got an amplifier, brought myself up to legal limit, so I really don't have to do it anymore. But when the conditions were rough like this and I was a little bit piss weak, I would run it like this, and hey, I could compete with everybody. So I just like didn't change it, and then all of a sudden got like a lot more signal. And then I ended up moving, and this location with the antenna and all that, just like Dave said it, I'm all high angle, and I have just a blanketing local signal, so haven't changed much about my audio since the days when I was like a little bit piss weak, trying to get maximum effectiveness out of what I had. And yeah, I'm sure I could have a little bit less audio, but it doesn't sound objectionable, so I just let it be. I mean, the people hear me, it doesn't sound bad, it's all good, you know. I know I could run less audio, but I just kind of got used to this, so I don't know, maybe I'll change it. I don't think I'm gonna, though. It's effective. It's super, like, it was effective before, and now it's super effective. So, you know, it is what it is. W2BTK.
Well, sounds good. I wouldn't mind sounding like that. Is that the Viking 2, Billy?
Yep, Johnson Viking 2, externally modulated with a Crown. What the hell is this thing? It's a Crown Comtech 800 solid-state audio amplifier.
Yeah, got to do that to my Viking 2. I've got one. I was having trouble with audio. Couldn't get any audio out of it. And then I realized these things just don't make much audio. But I think I had something going on, and I went crazy and started replacing everything inside. And I got it working again, but the way I run mine is I have an AGC limiter, which is a little circuit that basically boosts the audio, and it gives it a bit more drive. So I may try it with that, but is it going to sound like you?
Well, if you want to do exactly what the hell I'm doing, you have a Viking 2, so you can literally mimic the setup. It's a pair of Antec toroidal transformers as a mod transformer. It's a 55 volt primary, or I'm sorry, 115. They're all 115 volt primary. One is a 55 volt secondary. One is a 800 volt secondary, and you can find them right on the Antec website. And I guess I worked out the modulating impedance of the 26146s is roughly 3,000 ohms. So you take, honestly, I made a YouTube video about it. You can find it where the first 6 minutes is me showing everything in the setup, and it's an 18-minute video. The entire part after about the 6 minute and 30-second mark is me with a pencil and paper doing math and drawing out a schematic of exactly what the hell I'm doing over here. So if you just watch that video, you can literally get the same crap that I have and do exactly this.
That was an excellent video, by the way, Billy.
I may have seen it, or maybe I saw one where you were doing your antenna. You went up on the roof and videoed that. I checked that out. That was pretty cool. But I wouldn't mind doing that with the toroidal transformers, I think is what you're running there for the mod transformers. But interesting concept. Sounds fantastic. Obviously, you can get that kind of an audio out of the Viking 2, which is anemic at best when it's stock. Mine is nearly stock, but what I've done is I've taken the DC off the mod driver, the driver transformer. I've shunt loaded that, and I think I may have upped some of the capacitors and the audio. I can't remember, but I haven't done anything to it. Like I have the variant that I have, where I've made most of the Timtron mods, so it'll be something to do. I'm not one of these people that has to have it sound stock and yellowy. I know there's a crowd out there that appreciates them that way, but that's not my cup of tea right now, so I may do something crazy with it. But I don't really want to do a lot of blasting and drilling, and I think you can accomplish that with an outboard audio device. So very good, man. Sounds terrific. And by the way, you're 4.9 on the Flex 1500 here.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, the antenna video I made first, and then I made this video I'm talking about. And as far as drilling and blasting on the Viking 2, like literally, like to put this thing back to stock, it would take nothing. Like I didn't change a damn thing. I broke one trace, right? Like I literally like lifted a wire, ran it out, you know, and then ran it back in to where it was, bypassing the 807 modulator. Like there's nothing that... There's no drilling and blasting. Like you can, it's very, very easy to do. If you go, I posted the link to the YouTube video in the Twitch channel. If you go on there, if you want to see there, you don't have to have like an account or anything. It's twitch.tv/amateurradiolive, and I just dropped the link to that YouTube video in there. Like literally, if you watch that, I mean, that's all you need. If you have the same rig as me, you can just do exactly the same thing, and I pretty much lay it out.
Yeah, that's cool. Right now, it'll be down on the project list, but it'll probably be the next thing I tackle. I just finished bringing a Holocraster FX96. I'm working on that right now. Maybe once I get that thing off, yeah, maybe it's a good winter project. Who knows? Maybe COVID will still be going and I'll need something to do. WZAJ.
Let's hope not.
So, Dave.
Yeah. I mean, this Johnson 500 I'm running is the same deal. There's no mods to the audio, but I'm externally modulating the thing the same exact way at Johnson 500 level. So it's the same thing Billy's doing. Almost everything is the same. So you can do it with a 4400. Yes, Billy.
So Tommy, who just got a vanity call, he's changed to K2TJH, right? He's down there by you in the Pine Barrens, and he's asking condenser mic to a boat anchor that used crystal mics. What mods would he have to do to run a condenser mic directly into his Holocrafters HT40?
He needs to fix the HT40 first.
Right?
Get rid of the control carrier. And you need presence rise. Pick up the high end. It's going to sound like mud. You know? You don't use a flat response microphonium. You got to EQ it.
That's pretty much what I was thinking. Or, you know, ditch the modulator and do something like I'm doing or whatever.
Well, you could. You know, HT40 properly done up makes a damn good exciter to drive a linear.
Yeah, what would happen if, what would it take to just use the 60Q5 and externally modulate it? I wonder if it would handle that, the tank circuit, and if there's enough grid drive and all that.
Should. Yeah, I'm going to try and experiment. I'm using the wire array to try and keep the signal up there, but my God, the static is really in there. So I'm going to switch to the 160 diaper pole. Alright, I'm on the 160 diaper pole. Did the signal go up or down or stay the same?
It looked marginally better here, but it was not long enough.
Okay. This being the dipole, this being the array, back on the dipole.
Yeah, it's almost even, Timmy. It seems to be just at a different spot on the QSB.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. Well, there are ways you can use a transmitter like that. You basically operate it in the CW mode and use, I forget what the plate voltage is in that, what, like 500 volts or something like that?
No, well, I'll ask him in the chat. I don't know if he'll know.
The question is to externally modulate it, an amplifier, can you get his hands on a big PA amp or a good solid state stereo amplifier that's capable of bridge operation.
That's what I was thinking, just figure out plate voltage, plate current, figure out the modulating impedance, and do the Antec trick. I think it would work great.
Well, one thing at a time, though.
Well, you could. Well, let me do some math here. I'm going to base it on 500 volts at 150 mils. Because the DQ5 can pull twice the current of a 6146, but it's got the same plate dissipation as a 6146. But then again, with the HT40, you do a lot of the same stuff that you do with the DX60 to decontrol carrier it. But, so be it. So let me do some figuring and I'll be back. This WM1H yellow.
W2 very weak.
W2BTK. Man, just telling Tommy, this is good stuff. Timmy, just to give you a little background, he was not licensed a couple weeks ago. He went out and got his tech and his general at the same time. He's living in South Jersey, and he wants to get on 75 meters and talk to us. So he's looking at getting this HT40 and pick it up for pretty cheap, and I think that's going to be his starter rig. So anything you got for him, he's listening via the internet right now, and very, very interested in this.
Yeah, very good. Ignition and genital in one swell foop. Well, that's good. Well, what's he going to use for an antenna?
Well, he's got a diaper pole. It's not up terribly high, but he's working on that. So, probably like an 80-meter diaper pole. And I think he said he's going to get it up about 30 feet. So that should be fine.
Diaper pole 30 feet. Doesn't do real well up here, but around the area it should work all right. All right, let me figure this out. The loading field will have 3,500 ohms, 3.5K. And be to whatever. So let me do some simple calculations here.
Guys, real quick, I just wanted to say 73s and good night. This is Mike, K3FEF. I am exhausted and going to bed. So, just wanted to say good evening to everybody. Happy Friday night. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. And good talking to everybody. So, 73s.
Jeez, I didn't even know you were still there, Mike.
Yeah, I'm always lingering in the background. I was just reading some Facebook posts, checking out some YouTube videos, and I always feel bad because sometimes I don't officially sign off, so I was trying to do the right thing tonight. 73 Steb and Billy, and I forget who's still out there. I think Kevin's out there also, so good night, guys.
Mike.
Yeah, see you later, Mike. And Tommy's saying goodnight. That's K2TJH via the internet.
Very good. Yeah, I wasn't on the stream tonight. As you know, sometimes I do check in, but tonight I was just kind of being a little bit lazy. So we just suddenly, all crashed here. We're just exhausted. So time for bed, as I say. I'd rather get up early in the morning than stay up too late at night. I just think that's a lot more fun. Anyway, good conversation all. A lot of fun, different topics tonight. That was awesome. So 73 is enjoy.
Let's see, you also have a good night from AA6KM via the internet.
Tell them all to get on the air. It's way more fun. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. And I'm sticking to it. All right, now I definitely got to go to bed. K3FEF, good night.
Well, Timmy's doing crapulations. That's good stuff. I think that HT40 is going to work pretty well for him. As long as it works. He might have to fix it a little bit, though.
Alright, he needs a transformer with about a 20 to 1 turns. So let us say, let's see. Alright, clear that. And let me try this too.
It's 30 to 1 at 4 ohms.
In some regards, the frequency response would be limited on the low end, but a 6.3 volt, 10 amp filament transformer would work. He would get the impedance match, but in any case, you cannot pass unbalanced DC through what you're using as a modulation transformer. You have to use a reactor. Now, at that low impedance of 3,500 ohms, you could get away with 10 Henrys. You'd be better off with 2 10 Henry 200 mil reactors wired in series to get a total of 20 Henrys. Now, we can do this. Let's see, 20 times equals. On the other end of the scale would be use of a 2400 volt plate transformer, where you feed your audio into the 120 volt winding. But that'd be a little ridiculous. So, what you can do, if you had a 12 volt to dual primary, that is dual 120 volt windings that you'd wire in series, as though you were going to run it on 240, you'd do all right, because the way you gotta look at it, let me shut this off. popped out of the shower and laid a towel out on the recliner here, so this is totally naked ham radio, and the fan is blowing on me, and get rid of all the residual moisture. Yeah. You look at it this way. Under modulation, you see, this is assuming 500 volts on the plate. The peak audio voltage at 100% would probably be about 350 volts. So you look at it this way, assuming a lower frequency limit of 60 hertz, good, high quality audio. The transformer, you gotta use
W2BW 10 o'clock.
Like 350 volts kind of thing. So 240 volt transformer would handle audio okay. If you use a 6 volt filament transformer at a 120, yeah, you'd have the right turns ratio. But it would want to deal with all end response with about maybe 150 cycles or 200 cycles. Your low end would begin to roll off. And furthermore, as you go down in audio frequency, the inductive reactance of the amplifier not being sufficient will cause that amplifier to start hogging more and more current. And you could get the output devices very hot and pussy. So you want to kind of match the peak voltage rating with things. Well, another way of doing it is you get 3 6.3 volt, maybe 5 or 10 amp filament transformers that are all identical. And you'll wire the 6.3 volt filament windings all in series, so that would be okay. That would be 18 volts. And then you'll wire the 120 volt primaries in series. And that would in theory be 360 volts. That is if you were to put 18 volts AC on what would be considered the primary in this case. Well, let's see. Okay. I'm just figuring something here.
Engineering degree.
W2BTK.
This right, I'm not even thinking clearly. rusty. Yeah. Well, I would think, 18 volts peak swing is easy enough to come up with. So I'd probably need like a 50 watt per channel stereo amplifier or something like that, minimum. And there is a way you can if it's not capable of bridge operation, there is a way of doing it with a stereo amplifier where you, one method, if you have your, say, microphonium preamp processor, what have you, and then you go and line the transformer so that the center tap of the secondary goes to ground and the one leg of that secondary feeds the left channel input, the other feeds the right channel input. So what that does is it works the left and right channels 180 degrees phase difference, and therefore it bridges the amplifier. So it's a cheap and easy way to do it. W2BTK from W81H and Yellow.
Yep. Well, that kind of stuff, honestly, to find a 6.3 volt filament transformers and order them off eBay or get them wherever the hell, I'm thinking that maybe just figuring it out with the Antex might be a good way to do it. And I think you said the modulating impedance of that rig, the HT40, was about 3,500 ohms, right? And the 20-to-1 turns ratio, was that with an 8 ohm input?
Yeah, that's 8 ohms. Well, whether you do it with Antec or any other brand, you got to have the turns ratio. You don't want to be less than 18 volts. You got to have enough of a voltage rating because, the lower audio frequencies, if you don't, like I said, you could have the ratio like an Antec filament transformer, but it's not going to have enough inductance. So that will cause problems for the amplifier.
Well, okay, so 4 ohms would be about a 30-to-1 or whatever, and that's exactly what I need for my Viking 2. I think the modulating impedance is about 3,000 ohms, so I know I've described this before, but what I'm doing is I use 2 Antec transformers in series. The first one is turned around backwards. I'm feeding the secondary with the modulator, and then the primary, which is now the secondary because it's turned around backwards, feeds the primary of the second one. So the 115 volt windings are turned around and facing each other, directly connected to each other. So you've got dual 55 volt windings in parallel on the primary of the conglomeration that's fed from the 4 ohm modulator. The 115 volt windings feed right through, and then the secondary of the second transformer is dual 800 volt windings, which are put in series for 1600 volts. And basically taking two transformers and making a 55 volt to 1600 volt transformer, which is like 1 to 29 or so turns ratio, which is almost perfect for 4 ohms. That might just work for him. I don't know. It'd be pretty good if it's 3,500 ohms. I mean, I guess he could vary the plate current or whatever to make it happy, reduce it a little bit or raise it a little bit. I got to do the math, but that might work for him. Just basically exactly what I'm doing over here. They might have a different transformer that I could use as the first transformer that bring it closer to 30 to 1 or whatever he needs. But I don't know. That whole thing is not expensive. I mean, I think you can buy both of those transformers for just over $100. And I don't know how cheap you could find 3 6.3 volt filament transformers these days, like on eBay or wherever. But I don't know. I'm kind of leaning toward that route.
Now we have some useful frequency.
Yeah, I'm looking up the numbers here, and if you go by the manual for the HT40, it shows 430 volts on B plus under load, and so you figure maybe 430 volts at 140 mils of plate current puts you right at 3,000. So that's slightly lower than what Timmy quoted. Maybe it runs a little higher. Maybe it runs at 3,500, but it's not that important. Anyway, somewhere between 3,500 and 3K of modulating impedance, so that comes out to the high 20s, mid to high 20, 26, 27 to 1 turns ratio for 4 ohm output. Most of your audio amps that make substantial power, they'll play in the 4 ohms. 8 ohms if you're going to use consumer grade stereo, yeah, you want to shoot for 8 ohms, but a lot of the more common ones play in 4. So, hey, you know what? I think if we look around, somebody's got something like that sitting around, I'm sure. It's not that hard. You find an old push-pull parallel 6L6 output transformer and turn it around backwards. I might be able to help out with that. We'll have to see how Tommy does there with that HT40. Make sure the thing, get it working in factory form first. You can get on the air with it, and then improve things from there. That's probably the way to do it, because he's just starting out in this. He doesn't want to do the slice and dice just yet. Got to get on. Got to get on with it factory. And then, it's all about graduating from one step to the other. It's not easy for somebody just starting out. And listen to all these guys on here that have been doing this crap, for 65 years, 60 years, 40 years, even 5 years. It's quite daunting. You might hook all this crap up and say, why am I bothering? W2 very weak.
Because he wants to sound like Clark.
Want to sound like Clark? Dave. Hi, Daryl.
Will you wait 1 inch or y'all are?
It's Daryl.
Yeah, I am, Dave. Sounds good down here.
You know, there's only one problem with that, Daryl. You know what that is?
What?
You're not down here, you're up there.
What? Some douchebag. Where you at?
Yeah, man, I'm down here. I'm down here, you're up there.
Tim, some dummy needs to use a dummy load.
Well, I decided to put the broom on. A little more fire into the wire.
You don't even need to do that, Timmy. I don't know, some guy was trying to tune up his rice box. Yeah, you want to do that. Whoever that is, you should probably come back with a signal.
Well, it's what I call douchebaggery on the high frequencies.
Yeah, well, you know, you ain't gonna stop this little old station. I'm just running an old 1957 transmitter, and the guy can't even corner me. Nope, ain't a slop bucket in North America can bother me.
Yeah, I've got that clip somewhere. What I need to do is to have a little device that's got a whole bunch of iconic ham radio clips.
Like if you're really hoarse one day, you know, you catch a cold, you don't even have to talk. You can just play all the clips.
Exactly.
Why even bother talking? So, Daryl.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds like you got that thing warmed up.
Somebody throwing a dead carrot or something in there, Dave.
Yeah, it's dead. Like it and don't have no effectiveness.
Yo, can you hear me over that carrier?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to hit another switch.
Yeah, man, I might have to get on here with a real signal.
The Timtron Institute's one of the highest learning centers in the United States. At the Timtron School, you will learn how to strap with broadcast technology, how to pisbeat your radio and de-yellowify your radio. Slimatron research and development, how to build the 811 radio, and 1001 ways to use a JS clip. Now we have a few words from some of our distinguished professors and students.
Joe, WAS. You know, I love the school. It's really great. Taught me how to use a D104. It's the best crystal mic you can buy. First it was Marconi, then me, nobody else. Timtron School. The greatest.
Before I came to the Timtron School, I was a side banner, strictly violent at the 2KC spread. Now I'm a 20 to 20,000 major, straight A's all the way. Timtron School, the best.
Oh, indeed, the best, the TIT, the Timtron Institute of Technology.
Yeah, I've heard some good stuff about that organization.
Yep.
W2VW, probably better than certain other learning institutions, eh, Billy?
Yeah, you got that right. Let me just take this time to say that AM Facebook sucks. This is W2BTK.
Please repeat that statement. I didn't hear you. There's a static crash.
Yeah, sorry. Let me repeat it several times, just in case there's QSB or static crashes or something. AM Facebook sucks. AM Facebook sucks. AM Facebook sucks. This is W2BTK. AM Facebook sucks.
I copy your AM Facebook sucks, and I'll see you at $50.
Roger.
Roger. Oh, man, we need well, we're going to have a Watergate of this here. I have to point that out. Yeah, man. So, probably before the end of the summer, this here antenna is going to get switched over to regular doublet again, I think. But I'm enjoying my dog X-ray capabilities on FT8 right now, so I'm going to get that over. Wind it up to 100 countries confirmed. Big deal. I know that doesn't mean crap, especially on FT8, but I'm going to do it anyway. And I'm going to put it back to a doublet. You are! Yeah, and then I'll, it won't have as much of a signal on 160, but 160 seems to be populated with stuff I don't want to deal with anymore. It ain't what it used to be. It used to be a great band.
That's fine, because my antenna arcs over on 160 now.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes after I change this, you'll put up a tower and you'll have a giant signal on 160, and I won't be on there. But I'm coming to the conclusion I'm beating my head against the wall. This is a pretty damn good compromise right here, though. I don't think I could do any better than this. But on this band, kind of giving up a little bit of performance.
You need a YC-156.
I used to have one of those on the air, and I will say that it did make working all countries, states, grid squares, and anything else pretty easy. I got lots of tubes with handles over here, just none of them are hooked up.
Maybe someday you'll have to change that.
You and me both, OM.
I know. I should talk. I'm further along, but I gotta clean the thing up.
Yeah, man. You know how it is. Yes, of all people, yes. Timmy knows. Ask Timmy. Timmy will tell you.
It ain't easy, and it ain't getting any easier.
Yeah, the best is when you got a modern stove, and your stove starts going beep, 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 beep.
Yep, and that it just doesn't like being in an RF field.
You know what I did here, Timmy? I used my antenna as a 160 Marconi a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago now. Actually, just under 2.5 years ago is when I unhooked it. March 15th. Anyway, just picture my normal doublet, and I put out 4 radials from the house, the roof of the house, down to the ends of the property, and then folded them back to make up the length for, they're supposed to be 125, 130 feet long radials, so obviously I didn't have that. So I wound loading coils and resonated all the radial stuff. And I had this Marconi. There was wire every place, because I'm on an 80 by 100 foot seashore lot here. Anyway, I put that sucker on 160, and I fed it with my, Rich Measures circuit. Everybody seems to love link-coupled circuits, and it just drives me nuts, because link coupling is fine, but it ain't the end-all, be-all. There's a lot better stuff, especially when you're going to go on higher bands, and you can DC ground your damned antenna, and you can cruise around with your receiver without worrying about tons of attenuation, because it's not bandpass. But anyway, the point is, the whole place looked like a giant Radio Shack ground plane. And boy, did it screw up everything in the house. But I did it during Olympics when I was working overnight. So first we had the Super Bowl. And I had to trek into work, 3 in the afternoon, and stay there till midnight. And then the Olympics. So weeks and weeks of that, and I figured it out. I'm going to go on and do some DX on the low bands during all this crap. And that's just what I did. I made the most out of it. But man, you want to talk about interfering with modern electronic devices in a consumer environment, oh man. Oh.
Well, if they're within your own house and all that, whose shivs it get?
Well, for one, me, because if it's 3 in the morning and I'm on there doing my digi-widgy thing, 160, trying to work Saudi Arabia, and all of a sudden the stove, beep, 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 you know, the dog wakes up, runs down the stairs, what the hell? XYL's got to get up. That's just not good.
Hey, Dave. Did you ever get the armor off of that 4-conductor MC that I gave you?
Nope, it's rolled up on the wall of my garage, and every once in a while I go out in the garage and look at it.
Man, next time I'm there, we're gonna pull that crap down the street like we had before and get the damn jacket off that stuff so you can use it.
Yeah, we gotta do that, man. We gotta wait for COVID to be over with, though, you know? COVID's gotta be over with. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get that going.
For whatever reason, I don't know if it's my O-positive blood type or the fact that I suck down this vape all the time, but I'm immune to COVID.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Famous last words.
I don't know. It's something that I truly believe.
Yeah, well, you're only 30-something years old, man. My opinion is that those who really know what the hell's really going on, who have access to all this, they want younger people to get COVID and get exposed to it. And, you know, you can all go to the beach and have orgies and everything else. All of you get exposed, and all the older people and people with underlying health issues should stay the hell home and hide in the basement. Because the more live people we have creating antibodies, eventually some of them are going to start to work, and we're going to find them, and then we'll multiply those. It's a giant human petri dish.
Yeah, until November, right?
Yeah, November. Let's see, November. You know what's going to happen in November is we all lose, no matter what. No matter what happens in November, we all lose. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Well, yeah, I think that things will settle down in November, no matter what happens.
Yeah, how about when we decide that we're going to start a giant fight with China because we want to cancel the bill, you know, they hold all the paper on our debt. China's bad, Hong Kong's bad, look what they're doing there, Taiwan, the Chinese bad, they eat dogs and cats. China bad. You see it in the news all the time. China's bad. China's very bad. So we're not going to pay them back. Yeah, I think that's the master plan. You know, we could fix all of our financial problems by let's just unplug China from the planet, you know? What a great idea.
Listen, if you need an amplifier that'll take 1 to 5 millivolts and make like 20 watts or 30 watts, you gotta get with China.
China. Yeah, man. W2VW. Whoever said that there's no Satan just wasn't paying attention. China.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
There you go. There's no comeback for that. I should just get off the air now forever.
I say.
How do you follow that?
W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
The infamous W2BTK. This is W2VW.
This is WA1H and YLR from high atop Henry YLR Mountain.
Hey, you guys ain't nothing. I'm on Beechwood Mountain. This is where it is, man. I'm on the coast here. This is the best radio location for 500 feet in every direction. How about that?
Well, man, I'm shaking in my boot.
Timmy just shot up to like a 55 dB SNR. Dave was in a fade. I'm sure that have you ever looked at the Google search results for Beechwood Mountain? They're up.
Don't be jealous, man. Don't be a hater.
Well,
you know, you might have radials, right? But I got toxic waste.
Dude, the radials are disappearing. I mean, my neighbor has been hard at work. That pile of radials is not quite a pile anymore. It's like, it's dwindling. I don't know. Is my signal suffering?
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. All that decomposed rubber, that stuff is very conductive for RF. That old treated vulcanized rubber that went into tires and steel-belted, rusted stuff. You're going to be good for at least 999 more years. I wouldn't worry.
I gotta well, I have, you know what I have over here? It's my anti-acidity water, whatever crap that's going on in the basement. It spews water 24/7, like just a little trickle, you know. It's always spewing water, so I routed that hose over near my ground rods. So my ground rods are always being watered 24/7.
Otherwise, you got to go out and manually water them.
Yeah, just whip that out.
About that.
Uric acid is very conductive.
You want to tell Billy about the time you filled up a car battery and then charged it to me?
Oh, yeah. My first car, 65 Chevy, the car bat, I got real tired, and it was a smaller Group 22 type car bat. I pulled it, put another bat in the car. I don't know if I bought one or came across a better one. But anyway. In one experiment, I dumped all the electrolyte out of the bat. And a buddy of mine came over, and we took turns draining our logs into the filler holes on the top of the bat. And after a while, it was a day or so hanging out, we filled that battery with gasoline. So before, you take the Rabbit meter and go between the positive and the negative terminals, there was little to no voltage there. I mean, the battery was dead. So I was measuring 5 volts. So it's like, wow. So I jaced a piece of wire to one of the terminals, and I lit up a little number 47 fillet light. Not very brightly, but it lit up. So let's see if this thing will take a charge. So I hooked up a DC supply to it, and it started pulling current. And the pissolene in the battery was beginning to bubble and froth a little bit. And it had an interesting odor. I thought it would smell like pissolene vapor, but no, it had a smell almost like chlorine bleach. And pumped the charge into it for a little while. Then I hooked the meter up and I was measuring 6 volts instead of 5. So I took a 5U4 rectifier tube, which has got a 5-volt 3-amp filament. And I clip-leaded it onto the filament pins and went right to the battery post, and the damn filament lit up to full brilliance, and it's like, wow. So I let it sit on the charger for a while. Got it all charged up, and I remember I was leaving town for about a week. I was going down to, I think, to Pennsylvania. And, I wanted to make it seem like somebody was around the property. You know, it was my mother's place, and she was always coming and going. I had this Zenith transistor radio that ran off of 4 C cells or something like that, and 6 volts. So I had a piece of zip cord coming out of the fake leatherette on cardboard case, and hooked that up to the piss bat. And it played quite well. So I tuned in the local top 40 radio station, cranked it up a ways, closed the door, put the lock on, and left. I came back a week later, and that sumbitch was still playing.
Dude, you should patent that.
That might be the cure for something.
Piss bat.
What was that?
You should patent the piss bat.
You should. I said patent the piss bat. I think I might make another one, just to see if there's anything to it.
You know, back in WW1 there, where they were using chlorine gas on the battlefield, the soldiers were instructed, if you get caught in the chlorine gas cloud, that you should urinate on a rag and hold it over your face and continue on, because the ammonia is the natural enemy chemically of chlorine. So there might be something about that.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, a lot of nasty stuff happened back then. And if you have 100,000 people out there on the battlefield, maybe 2 or 3 of them will survive if they do that.
Yeah, that was a pretty hideous war.
Just goes to show you there are many uses for pissolene.
Yep. And then there's heavy pissolene, which is refined in a slimatron.
That's right, the slimatron principle, which is literally how I learned about vacuum tubes.
You did, huh?
That's right.
You thought the Fleming valve had real phlegm.
Yeah. The Fleming.
I need to make a slimatron. It's just a principle right now, but to see it working in practice, that's what I really need. I think it will have arrived once I've built a slimatron.
Yeah, well, when I start to make some videos, there'll be Slimatronology 101. And I'll show the making of the Slimatron. And how to seed the Slimatron, hook it up, and then the Olean can, draining the log into the can, complete with the sound effects. The piss hitting the inside of the can, then the mounting of the Slimatron with the Olean tube going into the Olean containment vessel, and then energizing the thing with 120 volts.
Yeah, maybe we can get that on the History Channel. W2BW.
That's the Pistory Channel.
Yeah, that's it.
H and yell off.
Well, even if it doesn't end up on the Pistory Channel, you could probably have it on YouTube.
For a while.
It'll be on YouTube.
That's good. I'm going to make that UAN into a video. I don't have any good visuals for it, but I'll find something to put up there to represent the visual aspect. But it's all about the audio. It's going to go up. You know, we got to make some YouTube videos, Timmy.
I know. Another thing I want to do.
There's a couple of halfway decent pictures of Jeff, WA3UAN, out there. If you Google it, you'll find them. One of his friends put up some pictures. But you can't fully appreciate Jeff unless you've heard one of his 20-minute long political dissertations where you can't really understand him because he's got a misadjusted rice box. You get on in the mornings and talk to Herb, BJZ, at length about political situations of the day. And they went on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Oh, I missed those. Probably because he was too pissed weak up my way.
Yeah, well, he wasn't all that strong here, and back in the day, you could hear a pin drop. Where I lived before, you could hear 2 pins drop, or a half a pin, or whatever. Yeah, he had some rice burner after his Globe King burnt up, and I knew he had a DX100, but man, he would go on and on, and I guess he learned it from Blown Away Bob. You know, Blown Away Bob, who would never run over 35% positive modulation after June of 1991 because it was illegal to run a full kilowatt. And I think he said he burnt up like 5 modulation transformers because they lived in his basement and it was wet.
Yeah, I've been to his house before, and I saw what he had in the basement. It was frightening.
Yeah, I've been told that about my basement.
Really?
It's true. I've been down there.
Is it frightening?
Timmy, I'm a union electrician. You know, I understand a lot about, like, you know, what could possibly be going on with, like, electrical wires running around and this and that. And I was scared, like, when I went around there. Like, everything was up and running just fine. Like, it all worked great. But, like, with the understanding that I have, and, you know, like, I'm not a dummy with amateur radio stuff, and I do electrical work for a living. The things that were going on down there were just, like, I was not in my element. I was like, wow, this is on another level. I don't understand it, and I don't feel comfortable.
Oh, open high voltage running here and there, eh?
Not quite like that. Just like things that you're not used to seeing that are working just fine, like up and running, but like you really like can't wrap your head around it by just looking at it for a few seconds. So like you just kind of back away slowly.
Yes. I can picture you now.
Listen, man. All that stuff is just like new, and there's no high voltage down there. There's hardly any voltage down there. There's a lot of current, but there's almost no voltage, so there's nothing really to worry about as long as you stay the hell out.
There you go.
Yeah, you don't want to drop a crowbar across something.
W2BTK.
It's WA1H. YLR.
W2. Very weak.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here. It's not because I'm not having any fun. I'm getting real tired. And my hair is mostly dried out. And I'm squeaky clean. And I was gonna head to bed.
Okay, Timmy.
So I'll see many of you guys later. This WA1H YLR.
Good night, and thank you for the fine business banter.
Hi. I wish I was.
Yeah, Timmy, I'll see you later, man. Good stuff tonight. And hey, thanks for going through all that HT40 stuff. There are people watching on the internet who greatly appreciate all that. Getting into ham radio, looking at get on YAM. You know, they're blessed with the tit, as they say. So, fine business. WA1H YLR W2BTK.
Okay, well, just the final postscript on that. As with any touch road, like the DQ5 or whatever, the screen has to be modulated along with the plate. So, when in the CW mode, or AM mode, what you're going to have to do is, you know, from your modulated DC, you have your screen drop-in resistor, which for the DQ5 is probably in the order of about 30K. 30 to 40K, you know, like a 10-watt wire wound or whatever. And that will be all you'll need. Because if you don't modulate the screen with the plate, you'll have downward modulation and a certain amount of distortion. On that note, see you later. This WA1H YLR.
All right, Timmy, and that's Tommy K2TJH out there, and he says 7.3. He's the one with the HT40. He's listening via the internet right now, but I have a feeling he'll be out here on 75 meters in no time. So look for him, and I'll see you later.
All right, see you later, Billy. See you later, Dave.
Good night, Timmy. Thanks again for the banter. Talk to you later. Happy dreams.
Don't forget
You hear somebody out there, Billy?
A little bit. I heard somebody say something. And it's small carrier.
Dave, and
Bill, and Boo Boo the Cat if you're around. N2SCL over here in Sioux Falls. It's been a while since I've heard you guys out here.
I think that was N2FTL. Did I get that right? Saying hello to Dave and Bill and Boo Boo the Cat. Wow. Boo Boo the Cat says hello.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's November 2, Sierra Charlie Lima, or Norway 2, Sugar Charlie London, if you prefer. But, yeah, running a rice burner over here, rice cooker over here, and just wanted to say hello, because I think I caught you guys once before. I think it was 36 maybe? Is that the frequency you guys go to?
Yeah, N2SCL. I got you. Yeah, we either hang out here on 3885 or 3875 or thereabouts. Like basically anywhere between 3870 3890 is the usual for this band.
Oh, okay. For some reason, my memory sucks, but I thought that I talked to you guys on like 3705 or 3740 or something like that, but I guess I'm mistaken if you guys are always up here. But I know it was on AM. But anyway, I just wanted to jump in and say hello right there. The Timtron up there in Maine, and I was getting a kick out of you guys before Tim came on, and I heard some of the political stuff, and it was pretty funny. You guys kind of bad. So just wanted to run a quick hello. I don't like to sandbag without making myself known and saying hello. I don't like to be one of those anonymous idiots, you know. So I just wanted to jump in there and say hi to you guys. I know I spoke to you guys once before, like I said, but anyway, hope everybody's doing okay. Over.
Yeah, doing just fine here, man. Thanks for chiming in, saying hello. Glad you found enjoyment in the QSO. Dave, are you hearing N2SCL out there?
Yes, I am. He's about 25 miles north of me. It's a little bit difficult because of the static crashes. You know, band is in really crappy shape. So I'm guessing you're running about 25 watts or so. Anyway, I believe it's Gary. Doing okay down there. I'm down here in Beechwood, exit 80 off the GSP. Running legal limit to a half swastika antenna up at 80 feet above ground level with a homebrew antenna coupler. And happy to say I'm running a non-resonant antenna, because resonant antennas are for people that don't understand how antennas work. All commercial systems run just about non-resonant antennas, and resonance in antennas is only for beginners, and after you get past that, it's all downhill. Name is Dave, Delta Alpha Victor Echo, W2VW, N2SCL. Take it away.
All right, very good, Dave. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're right. I'm running Kenwood 590, which is only got a 25 watt AM carrier. I couldn't really tell you. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you what my modulation is right now. How close it is to 1. I don't know where it resides, but hopefully you guys are be out. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna run. It's kind of late. I was actually about to set the radio off tonight because I was spinning the dial, and I caught you guys, and I was on the computer here playing around, and I was listening to I'm gonna say 7-3, but hope to get you guys out here again. Once conditions are
may be more favorable. So, hey, Bill and Boo Boo there in the background, and Dave over there in Beechwood. I'm going to say 7-3, fellas. I'll listen out, and you guys have a good one. And remember, take care, fellas. Have a good night. I guess, Bill, I'll send it over to you, but I'll listen around. Take care, fellas. And you, Bill. And Google.
All right, real cool, man. Hey, thanks for popping in there and saying hello. Glad you're having fun listening around. And if you're not on the, I'm live streaming on Twitch TV. If you're ever, like mobile or away from the radio or whatever, you can catch that. It's twitch.tv/amateur radio live. So that's a pretty cool thing. I got a chat going. You can jump in there and chat and throw your 2 cents in. All that stuff pops up on the screen. So, you'll be heard one way or another. But very cool stuff. And Boo Boo says hello. She's sleeping over there by the windowsill. But I'll give her a big kiss on the head for you. She appreciates it. So N2 SCL W2BTK, real good. I'll talk to you later.
See what I can do with these 25 watts W1 UED.
Whoa, W1 UED, no problem here with 25 watts. You're booming in.
Yeah, good evening, Billy. DJ.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good evening. Dave, are you hearing him?
Yeah. One UED. You're doing okay here.
And a G5R.
Are you doing the thing with the coax to the balanced line, or did you run the balanced line all the way to a tuner, or what you doing there?
Yeah, no, it's just coax right to the balanced line. The old 7300 here on the back.
The adjustment on the 7300 is good, so you probably know that already, I would imagine. But it doesn't need any changes. You got that part maximized, and the signal's okay. So, yeah, of course, if you want to increase the effectiveness of that, you get rid of that coax, but can't always do that, I know. It ain't easy to bring balanced line in the domicile. Just not easy.
We'll get to that junction when we get there.
Yeah, it's on a to-do list. We all have that.
Ah, crap. My internet screwed me. We dropped out. Lost a bunch of people.
Yeah, it blinked for a minute.
Oh,
still breathing?
Yeah, we went from 22 viewers to 10 viewers. The internet screwed me.
Damn, the internet's run by the Chinese.
it's probably time to shut down anyway. You know, I've been at it for a while, kind of feeling like that's pretty good, what we got.
Yeah, I would agree. This is pretty good. You made the most out of it. Band conditions aren't that good. I would agree, Billy. It's been fun. Probably time to shut all this crap off and go recharge. We got company, so had a lot of fun here today, and got some stuff to do manana before getting on the air. So thanks for the fine business, QSO, and Daniel, wherever you go by there. I'm looking at it on QAZ. That call looks familiar from like old QSTs. I don't know if your grandfather was somebody who was pretty active and was written about, but that looks kind of familiar, so that's really cool. I'll have to pick up on that some other time. There's another legacy operator here. Your grandpa was a ham. Back in the day, I would guess that call is just post WW2, but I could be wrong. So, thanks and Saventi Trace, you good DX OMs. W2BTK, this is W2 Very Weak with W1UED. Also, listening out. W2 Very Weak. Good night.
Yeah, W1UED, W2VW from W2BTK. Oh, here comes Boo Boo the cat. Speaking of Boo Boo the cat, here she is, walking right on my desk. So she wants to hang out. I'm going to go hang out with my cat, see what's going on around the house, and yeah, it'll be good. I'm going to fire up the stream again tomorrow night, the Saturday night stream. I might break out the bottle of rum, so who knows what the hell's going to happen. A lot of fun tonight, so we'll do it again tomorrow. We'll see y'all later. W2BTK signing out.
All right, guys. You guys have a good night. Yeah, I'm heading out of here, too. And they're very weak. You would be right. Do a lot of editorials for the league. Billy, I'll be back on the stream tomorrow night. And maybe I'll get on mine so you guys can see it from my end. So we'll catch you later from Connecticut, W1UED.
Good night.
Hey, Gone Pats. Oh, whoa, that's, that was from a while ago. Let's see, my alerts are all screwed up, aren't they? Where the hell is that thing? Hold on. Oh, man. Yeah, that's all screwed up. Ever since I changed my name, stuff has really been going haywire, but that's all right. So, hey, everybody who's watching, sorry about the dropout. Lost a bunch of people there, but hey, you know, that's the internet. So, anyway, fun night tonight, right? Friday Night Ham Radio. Glad you guys found enjoyment in this stuff. Yep, see you tomorrow, Millennial Ham, Super Millennial Ham. And thanks for checking in on the air, man. That was really cool. You're doing real well with low power. Hearing you pretty well. So, yeah. It's Ham Radio. Anybody who's interested in this crap, you know, get on the air. It's fun. It really is. It doesn't have to be dry. It doesn't have to be boring. We can have a lot of fun doing this crap. You can learn a whole lot too. But anyway, you know, if anybody's new to the stream, you follow the channel. You get notifications when I go live. Be a little easier to find. And just thank you guys for hanging out. It's great. I love having this. And no, the link I dropped in the chat, that's the Discord server. So when I'm not live, if you join that, You'll be able to chat with everybody. There's a lot of the regulars that come in here and talk. You know, you can all go in there and have a good time when the stream isn't up. Talk about amateur radio, this and that. You know, post pictures, links, whatever the hell you want. It's pretty much a free-for-all. So check that out. If you're not on there, it's a lot of fun. So with that, I'll say 7-3, everybody. And, well, I don't know. Like, how late is it? It's 11 o'clock. Do you guys want to raid somebody? Or, like, are you up for that? Like, what's the deal here? You let me know. I'm not going to shut down the stream just yet. Let's see who's around. Oh, you know what? Check this out. We are going to raid Steve Happens. That is he's one of the moderators in this channel. He's a huge supporter. Really cool guy. He plays video games and stuff. So we are going to raid Mr. Steve. So, you know, check it out. Show him some love. He's a really cool guy. And I'm going to dump y'all on his channel here. So, you know, have some fun. Show him some love. You know, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night, all right? We're going to start this raid. Let's see, to count down 5 seconds or so. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, all right? Love ya. Bye-bye.